on radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed, Radio Generation. 1 minute past 6 o'clock. Very good morning to you. How are you doing? Where are you doing it from? If you're just relaxing, also would like to hear from you. This is 88.8 in Nairobi. Mombasa, it's 90.7. Malindi, 92.1. Lamu, 92.6. And of course, Garissa, it's 89.5. A very good morning, Patricia.
Good morning to you. Good morning to the listeners. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, I hope you woke up well.
Yes.
Kila kitu ni shwari?
Kila kitu iko sawa.
How did you get home yesterday?
I imagine I just drove home. There was more or less little drama on the roads. The roadblocks that we mentioned in the morning were still there.
Yeah.
Found some cops. They were very polite. They allowed us to pass through. And that was it. We got home. Yeah.
Okay.
Yourself?
Myself also, I got home well. Yeah, pia mimi sikupata shida tabu kwenye barabara.
Hukupatana na rowdy youths?
No, I didn't. But I think later, a lot of things happened by there. As we were leaving here yesterday,
right,
we were like, it's like there's no sign kwamba kutafanyika maandamano.
Yeah.
But later on, we saw things just became worse.
Yeah.
And it's so unfortunate that a lot of lives were lost yesterday. 10
lives, 29 people injured.
Yes. It's not even 10. The other reports say 11, others say 10. So it's so unfortunate. You know, even if it is 10, okay, even if it is one life,
right,
that's a lot.
It's one too many.
Yes.
So we'll be unpacking what happened yesterday right here on Radio Generation. So why don't you log on to rgk.co.ke and then we get this conversation going. But as we do that, of course, we have to talk about which day today is being celebrated worldwide.
Yes, today it's a Math 2.0 day.
Math 2.0.
Yes.
What is
Math
that?
2.0.
Like mathematics.
You know, mathematics has many days.
All right.
Kuna ingine inaitwa International Mathematics Day. Kuna ingine inaitwa Maths Day. This is Math 2.0 day, which is meant to commemorate the importance of the combination of mathematics and technology.
Okay.
Yeah, unajua zingine tumekuwa tuna celebrate mathematics. Are you able to do mathematics and so forth?
Like, do you know 1 + 1?
Yes.
Do you know calculus? So today is specifically for what again?
This is specifically looking at the importance, the power of working with both mathematics and technology.
Okay.
Yeah. So highlighting the power of both working together to solve complex problems and drive innovation in various sectors, including finance, engineering, and data science.
Okay, that's good. There are some people who, when you ask them about mathematics, they will look at you like you're speaking Greek.
Yeah.
Yes.
People don't like mathematics.
People don't. Well, not all of them.
Yeah.
But certain individuals, especially if you never went through the education system or in your education system you chose something different like the arts. So kuna watu ukianza kuongea juu ya calculus ama geometry wanaanza ku shy away from it.
But basically mathematics is just everything. You know, when we were in school, our teacher used to tell us, even cooking githeri, even if you want to be a housewife,
yes, you need to know mathematics.
You need to know the ratios at which you're gonna use, to mix the maize and the beans.
If you think about it, it's actually very true. Even rice inakuwa kikombe kimoja cha mchele.
Yeah.
Viwili vya maji.
Yeah, so he was telling us the need to get to understand and also like mathematics, because you will apply it in most of your things that you're doing in life. And now here we're looking at its importance in matters innovation. You know, innovation is quite key. Like in the current century, innovation is quite key. It's very important, and application of mathematics makes things easier.
Yes.
Yeah.
True. Everything we do nowadays, even just knowing the time, estimating how long it will take you to maybe get to the airport or even get to the office, or you know, just get from point A to point B. It needs someone who understands mathematics.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know how to count, then a lot of things are going to go against you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mathematics, data science. Kuna watu ambao wako kwenye career ya data science, and it's very important. Kuna watu ambao wako katika engineering. You know, by the way, mathematics in engineering is quite a lot.
Actually,
there.
engineering is just another
mathematics.
Yeah.
Yes.
basically.
Yeah. So yeah, let's embrace mathematics and also use it in matters innovation and such. Yes, quite important.
Today's train, the
Yeah.
RGK train.
Yeah.
Tutoa wapi atupeleka wapi?
Kule Ugiriki, yeah,
Greek.
yeah,
Greece.
yeah, Greece. It's
Yes,
Greece, eh?
yes.
Yeah. So the train taking us there, and we're going to this one ancient Greek this philosopher,
Right.
Yeah. And actually, this one is attributed to one of his students. That is the Socrates, one of his students whose name is Plato. Yeah, and this is what he said: the only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing.
Come again?
Yeah. Plato, a student of Socrates, said, the only true wisdom is knowing you know nothing.
The only true knowledge is knowing you know nothing.
The only true wisdom.
Or wisdom
Yes.
is knowing you know nothing.
Yes.
Do you know, I actually discovered that the hard way recently. You know the way you think you unajuanga kila kitu.
Yeah.
Mpaka mtu anakuambia, for example, right now, the way we can say, yesterday, 10 people lost their lives in the protest. And you insist that you know that.
Yeah.
Until someone presents facts. And then you realize by then you don't know
Oh,
nothing.
yeah, I did.
So
yeah.
true wisdom is actually
Yeah.
knowing that you know nothing.
Yeah, appreciate the fact
So
that.
that you can be taught.
Yes.
You can be given that wisdom or given that knowledge. Yes.
In short, it's just creating the room for learning more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wish our leaders would embrace that more and more.
Yeah.
So that they can listen to their citizens. They can listen to their constituents. So that ujue mali shida iko. It's very normal for someone to think they know the problem. Just because you come from an area that looks like this, or you have these kinds of people, you end up thinking that you know how to solve their problems. But imagine if you just assume you don't know nothing. Come to the ground.
Yeah.
Usikize.
Sikiza watu.
Uambiwe. Ndio useme nilikuanga na hii plan, lakini kumbe plan yangu ni useless because ninge implement hakuna mali ingeenda. Afadhali nichukue hii yenye nimepatiwa na watu.
Yeah.
True.
So and even the Socrates himself, you know how this quote came about to the Socrates. It's that people are saying that he's one of the wisest people on earth. And then he was like, okay, this wisdom came about by me acknowledging the fact that I know nothing. So I keep on learning every other time.
Right.
Yeah.
Lakini hapo kwa he was one of the wisest. I mean, he was one of.
But I said one of the wisest.
I'm sure even here in Africa, ni venye sisi hatuku document zetu.
Yeah.
But then, let me call them the white people. They used to document a lot of things through art, through even just even science itself. Lakini sisi huku Africa tulikuanga na wisdom mingi sana. Ni venye sisi hatukuwa tuna document. And we used to disseminate our information and knowledge through folklore, which over time gets diluted na inapotea. So but I would also like to believe that maybe one day tungepata a quote
tusikie mekatilili wa menza. This is what she said. Yes.
How do tunawajua? Lakini kuna wengine, I'm sure there's someone in Nigeria who is unnamed, we do not know about, but I'm sure in his era wakati the same time Plato na kina Socrates will exist.
Yes.
I'm sure there's someone even here in Kenya or Nigeria or Libya who had something profound to say. Just never documented.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate the fact that we have been behind in terms of technology. With time, we are getting there. By the way, we are getting there because we are having great minds in Africa. So with time, we are also getting there.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Sasa tuingie katika rgk.co.ke. That's where you're going to find lots of the stories that made headlines yesterday, and we shall start with this horrific one about a hospital in Kitengela where goons invaded and halted a cesarean section procedure. This is crazy. Me jana nikatwitch nikasema Kitengela inakuanga Kenya kweli, because how can you do such a thing? Now a horrifying scene gripped Kitengela Hospital on Monday evening after armed goons violently invaded the facility during a critical surgical procedure, sending panic through the wards and leaving a mother and her newborn in immediate danger. The gang stormed the operating theater in the middle of a cesarean section, destroying equipment and forcing medical staff to flee for safety. As fear spread through the compound, the attackers lit a fire at the hospital's entrance while stunned residents watched in disbelief. Some could be heard shouting, "Mnafanya nini?" demanding to know why the group had targeted the hospital. Now, the Kenya Obstetrical and Gynecological Society, KOGS, reacted with outrage, condemning what it termed as dangerous and unlawful act against the space meant to protect life.
Unfortunate.
Mimi ningependa tu kujua. Fine, you are outraged, you're angry. Why would you storm a hospital of all places? It's not that it's okay to storm any other place, but specifically, why a hospital?
I think we are getting into some levels of unlawlessness in our country. Because kufikia hapo basi hata una ule utu kwamba this is an hospital, there are sick people inside there. And actually I'm looking at this woman who was having some operation being done on her. Alafu nyinyi mmeingia katika hospitali. Like watu tumefikia hiki kiwango jamani.
So my question would be, were these people paid to go and attack a hospital? Because I really don't think wale watu walikuwa wataka kuandamana tu legitimately walikuwa na hiyo intention. Were they sent specifically to, because there's been this narrative that has been going around and we need to acknowledge it, so that it doesn't get lost somewhere in translation. Imekuwa ikisemekana kwamba that maybe someone is just paying goons to cause mayhem and havoc, so that it can be seen that these protests are no longer legitimate, or they are no longer productive. Because I don't see how sisi tuko huku kutao Nairobi, tunaongea tu vizuri, tunataka kupeleka malalamishi yetu mahali fulani, alafu kuna ndugu zetu sehemu nyingine wanasema tu tuende kwele hospitali. For me it doesn't make sense. And I would also expect people to, and this is just me again, just being what is it called, just thinking out loud, I would expect maybe people to go and attack a supermarket, steal some food stuff, because we know times are hard. Maybe steal a TV or two, steal a radio here and there, fridge. Unajua vitu zinaweza tusaidia quote unquote. Si expect mweneko hospitali.
I think tunakosa humanity also, in as much as people are picketing and demonstrating. I know it is our right, it is there in the constitution. We are allowed, but then now when we go beyond limits, when we go and start distracting properties, when we go and start getting into hospitals, it's not right. It's not just right. And again, look at the people. I was looking at the people who are breaking into shops, looking at the people. Now ukiangalia tu katika hata muonekano, there is a problem. When you look at even the way they look like, most of them, kuna shida.
These specific goons, I can assure you, these were people on a mission. They were people on a mission, because even if they wanted to storm a hospital, I would expect them maybe to go for the medicine. Hospitali kuna kuangana a lot of supplies. I would expect them to go for those ones, not to get into an operation room where something critical is ongoing. Yes, that one for me, I just think something is not right. Yes, something is just not right. And I think we've gotten to levels where our politics are now being misused, because politics are supposed to advance the people of the country. Yes, they're supposed to develop. That is why people politic, and they give manifestos so that we can consider whether it's person A or person B. But now when our politicians, the people that, because ni politicians walitumana hii si kubaya, that's my take.
Do you know, we were having a chat as we were coming to work in the morning with some of my colleagues, and we cited the Haiti issue. For Haiti to get to where it is right now, they started from somewhere.
Of course.
They started from somewhere. The issue of goons, these goons, if as a country we are not careful, it doesn't matter who is using them. If we are not careful, it will reach a time when these people will be, you cannot control them.
True.
Watu watatumia wakifurahia. Saizi pengine mtu ameleta chaos katika maandamano, mwingine anamtumia maybe to ensure that they are pushing their agendas and so forth. But again, we need to think of the future. You need to think like, what happens tomorrow when these goons itafika mahali kwamba you cannot control them? What happens to the country
at that particular point?
Good
question. Now, still on matters Kitengela, outside the same hospital, tension remained high as fresh details emerged about the wider chaos in Kitengela, where one person, identified as 21-year-old Brian Kimutai, was shot and killed during the protests. He was a well-known boda rider in the town and was rushed to Kitengela Level 4 Hospital, where his death was confirmed by a senior nurse. 4 other people were admitted at the same hospital with gunshot wounds, while more, including some police officers, were being treated for injuries sustained during the violent demonstrations. Right, so you remember me, I asked, what's the direction? And we even asked Dr. Ogola here yesterday.
Yes.
And we asked him, where are we heading as far as maandamano are concerned? Yes, people want to be peaceful, but we have seen there's nothing such as peaceful demonstrations. And me, I'm not telling people to stop exercising their right, their constitutional right, but moja pia inafikanga mahali unaona hii sasa hii to change strategy, unajua. Even in football, when a team is playing and they're losing, even the coach tells the team, okay guys, clearly something is not working. Our strategy is not working, we need to change it.
Yes.
So it's either we change players or we change formation or we now pray. But something needs to, we cannot just continue losing. You just can't get into the pitch and continue losing. Itafika you'd rather even now defend. Unajua, tuzuie mabao kuingia. So in my opinion, demos, people have been losing their lives. Last time it was 15. Sasa jana tunasikia imekuwa ni 10, mara ni 11.
Yeah.
Before that, God knows how many. And you know, there are some even deaths that are never reported. Because kuna mtu anakufa kwa bush tu mahali na haijajulikana. Unaget?
So, all along have been asking, like, what is the option that we have? You can just you can attest to the fact that any other guest who comes here,
yeah.
I'm like, okay, what other option do we have apart from the mandamano? What other option we have? And yesterday, by the guest said something quite interesting about is it a transition government?
And I'll tell you one thing about what he said.
Yes.
Okay, fine. For those who didn't hear yesterday, we had here Dr. Fred Ogola, and he came and he said, in terms of the options that we have,
yeah,
the one that would work immediately, the one that he said that hiyo ni ile first aid ya saizi, is the government of the day, which is the Kenya Kwanza government, agree to a transition where they step down, then another transitional government takes over. And he said specifically this government shouldn't vie in 2027. That means kazi yao inaisha 2027 after elections, once a new leader, a new government has been, elected. That's what he said. Now, our current president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has been campaigning for 2027 to be given 5 more years up until
to continue working for you Kenyans.
And his lieutenants,
yeah,
both in parliament, senate, and anywhere else, have been campaigning for him. So he's put a lot of effort towards 2027. He has gone around the country. He has gone to churches. He has contributed money to churches, and he has done his own also personal projects, made personal contributions to passion projects as well. So he clearly wants to be president for 5 more years come 2027. So him stepping down, and this is just Paul Mongala Mbuvi's opinion, him stepping down right now and letting someone else complete the work that he believes he started is going to be a very tall order.
Yeah, it will. And actually, again, looking at how the president of the country believes that is on the right track. Yeah, he believes that ako sawa kabisa, like kila kitu is working. I don't know you Kenyans who hamtaki maendeleo, but he said that he's gonna work for you. I mean, atawafanyia kazi, kama ni manyumba atawajengea, mambo tofauti atakisha amewafanyia.
One thing I learned about a business person, is that they will never, if today you went to buy smoky hapa nje, yule jamaa wa smoky atakwambia hizi smoky ni mbaya, cause he needs to make sales. Yeye mwenyewe angekuwa amekubali ni mbaya, hangekuwa hapo akiziuza. Unaona, mayai pale akienda kukupasulia na ilikuwa imeoza, hata kwambia mayai imeoza, atakugongea tu ukule, sababu he needs to sell. If he doesn't sell, he makes nothing at the end of the day. So right now, the government, yes, they might know that there are issues here and there, but also they're not willing to admit, because the moment they admit failure, then the conversation changes. The conversation changes to saa mmekubali kwa hata nyinyi mnaona kuna shida na simwende.
Okay.
Sasa unaona hawezi kubali. That is why they will insist kila kitu iko sawa. Wewe unaona shida wapi? Una get? So it's one of those situations whereby it's he said she said. Yes. My word against yours. Ukiniambia hospitali haziko sawa na mimi nakwambia lakini si tumejenga nini pale? Si tumeequip nini pale? Si tumeemploy 1800 interns. Si tumefanya hivi nini? Si walimu wamelipwa. It's one of those situations.
Like I've seen so many people complaining about maybe the SHA. But now the government, the administration right now, they are saying everything is quite okay.
Yeah, and you see,
but sisi huku kwa grao, by the way, we are trying things and we can see they are not working. So I don't understand. And you remember the quote that we've started with today. Yeah.
Yes.
The only true wisdom is knowing that you know nothing.
Yes. I hope they're listening. All right, on to another story here. Still on rgk.co.ke, 11 civilians killed and 52 police officers injured during Sabasaba protests. This is according to the National Police Service, yeah? So 11 civilians lost their lives and more than 160 people were injured during the Sabasaba demos held across the country, the National Police Service has confirmed. Now, in a detailed statement issued on Monday evening, police reported that 52 officers were hurt in the course of duty, while 114 civilians sustained various injuries during the protests. The chaos also left a trail of destruction, with 125 police vehicles, 36 government vehicles, and 47 civilian cars reported damaged. A total of 567 people were arrested in connection with the protests, which police said were marred by lawlessness in some areas despite calls for peaceful conduct. Yeah. So, according to the police, 11 Kenyans lost their lives. And, several others were injured, including police officers, which is a sad state of affairs. Yesterday, out of those 11, actually all those 11 individuals, I don't think any of them knew that yesterday was going to be their last day.
Sure.
And that is why, and that is why I'm asking what we can do differently. And in the previous conversation, we highlighted what Dr. Fred Ogola said in terms of we can have a transition government, and that is his own opinion. Maybe it is a viable one. I don't know. Personally, I don't see it ever happening unless a miracle. Yeah.
Well, this is through just a good dialogue. Yeah. People just sit down, we talk, we agree. Tuseme kwamba okay, bwana we, whatever you want to do, maybe let us try somebody else. We see if they can be able to accomplish whatever you wanted to. Well, but
Patricia, hiyo itafanyika.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hizo zile tunatanga tu pipe dream. Yeah. I respect the good professor, but hiyo nayo ni uongo. Hiyo tusahau. Tufikirie mambo mengine. So this is my opinion, yeah? As Paul Mungala Mbuvi. We need first of all to just stop going to the streets, because we are assured that we will die. You understand? People will die. So watu kwanza hii mambo ya streets tusahau. The best bet we have right now, the best bet that Kenyans have right now is 2027.
Wow.
That is dili nitangwa sure bet.
Yes. So those are 2.5 years remaining.
Yes. Unfortunately, best bet right now, sure bet. Ni kana kwamba tungoje mwaka wa 2027. Unaelewa? That is when the people will exercise their authority at the ballot. And out of all the 2,000 or so leaders, that is the time that people will have the time to do what? To make a change. All right?
Can I tell you something?
Because that one
is
constitutional. That one is guaranteed. You understand? Now, as we wait, we don't mean that now Wakenya wakae wakiumia, kama wako disgruntled, wasiseme, wasionge. We have other tools. people we have the judiciary. We can use the judiciary in cases where we feel things are not going correctly.
Right, yes.
And I'm sure we have judicial officers, from judges to prosecutors, who are willing to put in the work. Yes. And the other part that we can also use is the legislature. Yes, I know people are very unhappy with the parliament, and it's a legitimate concern. But we do have good MPs and good senators who are willing also to put in the work to ensure that things will go smoothly. So mimi ninaona hizo ndizo options tuko nazo.
The only options that we have. Yes. I would like Kenyans maybe to push more the issues of the legislation.
Yes.
The issues of the constitution. Kuna a lot of allowances in the constitution that we can utilize to ensure that we push for our rights, because like this part of public participation is quite important. It's quite key. If Kenyans could be able to embrace that and use it mostly, because it doesn't matter who comes in 2027. I'm telling you, Mongala, that's why I told you, I do not have that much hope in the 2027 elections. I do not have. And especially if we're going to work with the same leaders, the political elites that we've always seen, if we are going still to work with them, I'm telling you, the only savior that we have is our constitution. And then the constitution, that we are able to understand our rights first of all, and our duty in that constitution. I think that is what is more important, because people say good things when they are outside the government. Sawa, people come with good manifestos. People will criticize the current government. Sawa, watasema venye, wataongea with a lot of conviction, wataongea with a lot of utadhania mtu ako na solution. Wait until they get there.
Yeah,
it becomes quite difficult. So I would like maybe Kenyans first of all to understand our constitution, and if we are able to understand our constitution, let us play our role. Let us look at our responsibility. That is what is key.
So now I'd like to dispel the fears that you have in regards to elections come 2027.
Okay,
relax. You do your part as a citizen.
Yeah,
you know, do your part first of all. Understand the elected positions, or the positions that you're supposed to do your choices in terms of MCA, MP, senator, woman rep, hizo zote. Hizo kwanza, kuwa na imani, zielewe kwanza. Ukishazielewa, tafuta, tulikuwa nafanya mambo hapa. I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And Fanya Mambo said something very critical. He said that we need to identify leaders amongst ourselves that will be of integrity, and he put out a very good criteria of the people that we need to choose. Okay, so it is your responsibility now as a citizen to understand first of all the positions, then number 2, identify in your communities people who are willing to go to parliament or to the county assembly and do what needs to be done to develop your country, Kenya.
Okay,
unaget?
Yeah.
Ukishafanya hivyo, sasa ni up to you pia kama a patriot, yes, to have conversations in your community about leadership in the country. Because we are not going to sit here then we just chill in our bedrooms or in our houses. You know, we have it good because wewe uko na kwako, uko na stima, uko na maji, wewe unangojanga tu 2027 uende tu pale kwa ballot uchoose wala maybe uliona wakikampaign. Hapana, it is time that every single citizen is active in their politics, starting with your ward. Mahali mnachagua MCA, constituency mahali mnachagua MP, county mahali mnachagua the senator, governor na woman rep, all the way till the presidency. So if charity begins at home, and this is my prediction, if charity begins at home and we start from there going upwards, then things will be better come 2027.
Well, I want you to understand me that I'm not dispelling the fact that 2027 we have a duty, we have a responsibility to put in to elect good leaders. In terms of we are looking at their integrity, we are looking at their character and so forth. No, I'm not dispelling that fact, but I'm saying that yes, once we have done that, who knew? Like for example, I'm not going to quote names here.
Yes.
Who knew that they will become what they have become now.
But
I'm not going to quote our leaders. We have leaders whom maybe we thought they are good. We looked at them like the way their character, we thought they are good. Tumeshawapatia nafasi. Right now, things are maybe not what we thought they are. So what I'm saying is, first of all, after we have exercised our responsibility,
yes,
our duty of electing the right leaders, the good leaders, then now we also have another responsibility of understanding our constitution,
right,
and our understanding our responsibility in that constitution. I think that is what is going to, because for example, look at now the finance bill. Look at the provisions there. Look at the allocations. Look at all those things in the finance bill. Most of the time, if you're not careful, you have a responsibility in there. But if you don't play it, our leaders will just pass things.
Wacha nikwambie hiyo kitu after tumeambiwa tujue traffic
Traffic.
Sasa ninaangalia barabara, looking at Kiambu County, things are not looking bad for you guys coming into Nairobi. Nothing to complain about there. However, things might change in the next few minutes as a majority of you are trying to come into Nairobi to recoup what you lost yesterday in terms of business. So I cannot assure you that in the next 30 or so minutes the roads are going to be looking the same way. Sehemu ya South Sea, ukijoin Mombasa Road, everything is looking good. No complaints coming from that particular area. It's still early in the morning, so traffic right now is not bumper to bumper as any other time. However, we do know things might change shortly, maybe starting from 7 o'clock. But yeah, I'm looking at Cabanas, things are looking good. Panari Hotel, ukipita huko ukielekea na Nairobi, kila kitu iko sawa. Bob Mill, everything is good. Next Gen Mall, no complaints coming from that area. And last but not least, Haile Selassie Avenue, getting into Nairobi CBD as well. Things are looking A-okay. Ngong Road also, nothing to complain about at this particular hour.
Yeah, Thika Road also nothing to complain about, just except as you get to town through Globe, that is where we are seeing a little snarl up. Looking at Mombasa, that is Lights Kengeleni, I see things are quite okay right now. Ni vile bado ni mapema, but of course the police are there at the Lights Junction. Kule ferry, naona ferry ziponezi na hudumu kwa sasa hivi, kila kitu kiko shwari kwa sasa hivi.
All right. Anything you think we need to know, please holler at us. That is Radio Gen KE on X and everywhere else.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
So you've said something very interesting, yeah? About choosing a leader, then eventually wanakuja wanakuruka. Wacha sasa nikwambie.
Not really kuruka, but they
turn to become something else,
yes,
right? Or they have their own interests once they get to parliament and any other leadership position. And that is why I said we identify in our communities people that we know, because at the end of the day, for example, MCA utoka wapi? MCA si MCA anatoka sijui Uganda na kuja kukua MCA wako huko Kaloleni. MCA ni mtu mmegrow na yeye tu hapo hivyo.
Yes.
Unaget? That is why huyo mtu mnafaa kumidentify. Kama ni Patricia, mwambie Patricia tafadhali, tumeona wewe uko na zile qualities za leadership tunahitaji.
Tunataka uende
Exactly. And maybe even Patricia mwenyewe anataka kufanya nini?
Na pengine sitaki.
Anaitisha. Kama hataki basi ni sawa. Hatutakulazimisha pia. Kuna wengine pia.
Yeah.
That is why in the community we need to identify these people, because there cannot be one person who can be MCA surely unless sasa nyinyi pia the whole ward mko
like for
down.
Today, if somebody came to you, Mbuvi,
yes,
and tells you that we want you to go and vie for a seat and you never wanted, you have never even thought of it, will you go?
It depends. If I actually get the support.
You had never thought about it.
If I am assured of the support of the people and I'm bestowed upon that responsibility, imagine me, I'll take it up. I will, because I also want good governance. So if the people of my ward or even the constituency, they identify me and they tell me, Mbuvi, look, we have been failed before by our MP, we want you to do this. And I am na nione kwa kweli ni ile genuine support. Those I cannot let them down. Hata Mungu atanipiga viboko nikileta your community down. So I'll tell them, fine, let's do this. I go, I vie, you vote for me, hopefully I win, na mimi nikifika huko mbele nitawasaidia vilivyo. But I'm not looking to vie for any political seat. I'm just giving it
So basically I was just giving you an example, like, okay, whatever you are saying, it is a good idea, yes, but now look at the practicability of it. Look at how it will look, because for example, you will not come and tell me to go vie for a seat, which I have never imagined, I've never wanted. I will not go, and maybe I'm the only person pengine you feel like I can represent you well. So me, I want us to look at it from the perspective
Patricia,
of we have elected whatever good leaders.
You want to tell me, before we go to the good leaders, you want to tell me if the people of your county, yes, or your constituency or your ward wakuja kuambie tuende to represent kwa county assembly, utakata?
Yes. If I have not, if I don't want to be an elected leader, yes, I cannot go. Why should I?
Okay. So avali wa elect a goon, a thug.
Sasa, I have my other things I'm doing. You cannot just now come to my house and start telling me now, Trisha, we want you to go and represent us. No, it must come from within, because let me tell you.
No, I'm asking a question here. You've not answered. You'd rather a thug get elected?
Don't give me such kind of an example, because you want to fix me.
Answer this question.
You want to fix me.
Patricia, fanya mambo alikuja hapa akasema, thugs are being elected.
Yes.
Fornicators are being elected, and use many other words. Na nimekuuliza wewe, you'd rather a devil worshipper be elected juu wewe uko na other things to do?
I will challenge you, is a devil worshipper.
Ngoja kidogo.
Yeah, those are some of the when you say fornicators, when you say goons.
Patricia, just answer yes or no. Would you rather a thug be elected? Wacha tuache kudefine dictionary hapa. Who is a goon and who is a thug and who is a what? Just answer the question. Would you rather a thug be elected to be your MCA, or would you rather sacrifice yourself and be that person that the people are looking for?
I will say and repeat again.
Yes.
You're not going to push me to be something that I have not wanted to be.
So the answer is you'd rather a goon?
No, I did not say so. So I think basically let us just look at
Patricia.
Let's just look beyond what maybe we think would work, and just look at what will work.
So let's get into the papers. Hii conversation, we shall have it.
Okay.
Yes, we shall definitely have it. Right now, though, what's on the Standard newspaper? Brute force is the headline. Once again, the government unleashed brute force on Kenyans exercising their democratic right to protest, sealing off the capital and major towns, the razor wire fences around State House in Nairobi and Mombasa, and the houses of parliament exposed a leadership so fearful of its own citizens that it would rather confine them to their homes than hear their grievances. The police, now seemingly President Ruto's last line of defense, killed at least 10 Kenyans, adding to the mounting toll of innocent lives lost. This crackdown comes just days after The Economist warned that Ruto is taking Kenya to a dangerous place. All right, so this story is on pages 2, 3, 4, all the way till page 13 of the Standard newspaper. We can see a picture right here of a police officer holding a gun and what looks like someone on the streets who seems to have lost his life. This, of course, happened yesterday. All right. We can see the photos of the protests yesterday. Various kinds of pictures, from empty roads to police barricades to running battles, people setting things on fire, people having conversations with police. Sijui kama ni goons. It says that armed men patrolled the Nakuru Central Business District. Nakuru pia jana kulikuwa kubaya. So more or less this is the picture of yesterday and the drama that ensued. On page 4, protest fear grips state as silent streets speak louder. We can see a military vehicle here. But I'm sure it's a police vehicle, but this one looks heavily armored. Hii imekuja kupambana na watu. Page 5, police clamped down, costs Nairobi economy 10.4 billion. The normally bustling Haile Selassie Avenue leading to the city center remained deserted yesterday. One of the busiest streets. This street by 7 a.m. itakuwa imejaa bana, lakini sasa hivi haina watu. 3 journalists were attacked while covering protests. Foreign and local journalists cover Sabasaba Day protest along Thika Road in Nairobi yesterday. So we can see pictures here of members of the Fourth Estate. Yeah,
quite unfortunate.
I actually saw, I think it was someone from either NTV or KTN. Walirushiwa tear gas in the middle of reporting. Yeah.
So unfortunate, by the way. Pali tunafika. You know, you cannot silence the media. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. Police business paralyzed rather as demos fever spreads in counties. Kisumu was calm apparently. Protesters during demonstrations to commemorate Sabasaba in Nakuru yesterday. These are demonstrators. They are kneeling down, seemingly putting their hands up in surrender. I don't know if they were surrendering to the police or it was just a gesture. The roadblocks that sealed Nairobi, we were told no one gets in. This is what the police said. And you know the funny thing is, when I was going back home, I met one of the barricades, and I told the cop that I needed to pass because I needed to join Mombasa Road, but he told me to go back and use another route.
Yeah.
So I asked him, si uniache tu nipite, like si ni mimi peke yangu, unaona niko peke yangu kwa gari, naomba iko wapi? And he told me gari yako itachomea huko mbele, kuna watu wanachoma magari huko mbele. So it looks like he was protecting me from something. However, I doubt there was anything huko mbele. He just wanted me to kumsumbua niende tu nitumie tu njia nyingine.
Well, but we saw what really happened yesterday. Could be also he protected you from that. Yeah.
Maybe, but Mali alikuwa ananiambia Mali aliniambia kumewaka moto. Hakukuwa kumewaka moto. Ilikuwa tu ni story.
Okay.
Alikuwa taka tu niache kumsumbua. Niende nipate mtu mwingine headache.
Yes, I know there were so many other unreported happenings yesterday. Kunazo mingi sana pengine hazijaripotiwa. Kwa mfano kuna mmoja alikuwa ananiambia vile kuna jamaa the car lost control. And now when people dissented on him, the protesters, I know, let me call them the goons, wakachoma hiyo gari yake. Yeah.
Noma. Aya, transport hit as matatu sector counts 800 million shillings loss. Any in one day 800 million.
Actually I think hata huyo hajasema yote. Yeah. Yesterday I saw reports that Kenya lost a lot in terms of revenue.
Yeah.
Yesterday, just the fact that we had blockades all over, no entry to the CBD, and you know the CBD is one of the most economic, highly economic zones, yeah, in the country. We know that is where a lot of revenue is made. Businesses ziko nyingi sana. So if you're not able to get to work, that means hiyo siku ililala hivyo.
Yeah.
Biashara mingi.
There's something we mentioned here even before we left the studio. We asked, sasa wenye wanatoka, maybe mtu alikuwa anatoka tuseme kama Machakos hivi, anafaa kufika kunaitwa aje, aende achukue basi ya kwenda Busia kwa mfano. Huyo mtu alienda aje? Atalala wapi? Unamwambia rudi wapi? Aya, tumeona hapa hivi buses from Western region were forced to park on Waiyaki Way yesterday. Maybe someone was coming from Busia to come to JKIA, achukue flight, aende mahali anafaa kuenda. Huyo mtu niambie jana alifanya aje? Flight yake ilimwacha. So now what happens to that person? The money that he had paid for that flight, and we know some of these monies by the way are non-refundable unless you utajiteteaje kwa hiyo flight. Aya, someone else was we saw, actually I saw this on TV. Kulikuwa na jamaa alikuwa na transport maziwa from point A to point B,
highly perishable products,
na ameambiwa uwezi pita.
Yeah.
So apart from the fact that kuna watu sehemu fulani walikosa maziwa jana, huo jamaa maziwa yake yote yaliharibika. That person is counting losses.
That's unfortunate. Actually, this is what from our news team, the news says.
Yes.
That Nairobi lost 10.4 billion in a single day after a police lockdown brought businesses to a halt during Sabasaba protests. Yeah, streets were empty, of course. Institutions here were shut down, and major sectors like finance and real estate, of course, suspended their operations.
Yeah.
This is data, by the way, from Kenya National Bureau of Standards.
Banks were closed. Kuna watu bado wanangojea kulipwa mishahara. People were, need to pay hospital bills and so on and so forth. So things were down. Unafaa kwenda kuona mgonjwa Nairobi Hospital, ama unafaa kupeleka mgonjwa Nairobi Hospital Kenyatta, you have an emergency case. Na unaambiwa huwezi pita. Alafu hata ukikubaliwa kupita unapatana na goons. Wanakufanyia kinyo walifanyia yule mama pale Kitengela Hospital. That's wrong, guys. So there's a story on page 9 that has caught my attention. Calls for fresh protests flood online after Sabasaba demos. Social media platforms were yesterday flooded with calls for more protests today, that is Tuesday, as Kenyans marked Sabasaba with demonstrations demanding accountability from leaders. Hashtags included Tuesday is Tuesday, hashtag Occupy Until Victory, and hashtag Sabasaba 2025 trended on X throughout the day, with many users declaring Tuesday as an official public holiday and urging protesters to return to the streets. Sasa unaona ndio kitu nasema. Jana 11 people have lost their lives and countless others were injured. Hadi lini?
Yeah, that is the questions that...
So we are in a football match here that we are not winning. So we cannot continue with the same strategy. Yeah, we can't. Tunaendelea kufungwa na na opponent. So it's time we defend the goal. The whatever, the goal post. Ndio bao ziache kuingia. We first of all save zile bao zimeingia, because tusipochunga tunaweza pala tumetoka pale hivyo 100 versus 0. Yeah, so far zimeingia 10. Watu wazuie hizo 10 kwanza.
Atuzuie.
Zingine zisiingie kwanza.
Tutulie, tuendelee tu.
Defense. Sometimes defense iko poa tu.
Yes, quite okay, yeah.
Retreat, nenda kunywa maji, oga, rudi kwa drawing board, sema sasa hapa goalkeeper wao ni mnoma ama striker wao ni mnoma. So what do we do? You know, we change tact like this. Weka Patricia pale, kama Patricia ilikuwa nyuma sana na unaona Patricia akona nguvu, mweke pale mbele sasa ndiye acheze ball poa.
And you know, yesterday I was listening to the speech that Raila gave out yesterday.
Yes.
And this is what I got from that speech. He likened the 1990 Sabasaba protest to what the Gen Zs are doing. The only thing that he said is that ile ilikuwa imeuzisha all the generations. Yeah, ilikuwa imeuzisha all the generation. Of course, in the Gen Zs, of course, there is also all the generations. So I was looking at now them, they were specific. And also Ogola here yesterday told us, professor, that that in those protests, they were specific. There's something that they wanted. Was it the Article 12 or what of the Constitution? There's something that was introduced that was pushing for that single party in the country, and then they just wanted that bit of it to be amended. But now when you look at maybe the Gen Zs, it's just something. It is overall. It is something that it's quite pengine hard to address because it is a whole thing. You get
you see also 1990 na 2025.
Those are two different.
It's a whole 35 years difference. Kuna mtu alizaliwa 1990 saizi ako na watoto 5.
35 years actually, exactly. Right now as we speak.
Yeah, so hatuwezi sema
I'm taking the aspect of you want to be specific on a thing and you have a good strategies, you have good plans for that thing, that one thing. Actually, it was a Gen Z who was being by the interviewed, not even Raila, and she said that it's only that the difference is that those people were specific. There's something that they wanted in that constitution, but now ukija kwa hizi maandamano saizi, you know, like when people go to the streets and say that so and so must go, you know, that is a general thing. So and so must go. But now we know there are procedures to him going. You get, there are so many dynamics about his going. So now once we get back, once the Gen Zs get back, the protesters get back and try to get right, like this is what we want. Can we get a clear way to whatever we want? Can we be specific on one thing that we want to push for? Yeah, I think that is what she was saying. She was saying that is where now they are failing.
Well, this is what I'll just repeat. Hata venye watu wanasema sijui kukue na Sabasaba version 2.0. For me, what happened in 1990 was very different from what is happening right now.
Yes.
First of all, even the mindset of the current generation is very different. How many times have you argued with your parents or your aunties and your uncles because of their way of thinking that does not what is it called, align
with whatever you
it is because they come from a different generation where things were being done differently. For example, even when it comes to matters marriage, utaenda uambie mzazi wako umechapwa na bwana yako akuambie rudi huko, sababu yeye wakati wake aliambiwa fanya nini, vumilia huko. Unaona? Already hapo tuna differ in terms of kufikiria. Siku hizi tunasema kuna
do not stay in a toxic relationship.
Exactly.
A toxic marriage is a no. Yeah?
Yes. And no means no. Kama hutaki. Kitambo ilikuanga wewe sasa huyo ndio mtu wako. Fanyeni kinye mtafanya. So things have changed. Times are different. And even now for Gen Zs it's even worse in terms of their mindset and everything. Research has been done, and it's actually online. You can go and check. Ni watu wako na zero tolerance for hizo tunasema toxicity. Afadhali wewe unaweza patia your partner chance 1 2 3.
Amekosa nimemwambia okay, let's rethink.
Exactly.
Okay.
You before you leave,
let's give it another chance.
This one's hakuna cha another one. Kazini pia wewe unaweza you can take insults from your boss, for example. These ones can't. These ones you can't. Unaona venye mdozi unaweza pata na mdozi wako akupatie akuite jina fulani na uangalie mtu useme huyu tu ni venye tu unahitaji kazi.
You say nowadays Gen Zs will come and tell you, boss, I'm not happy. You called me in the morning, you called me a name.
Yes.
And I'm not happy.
I'm not happy about
Don't
it.
cross my lines again.
Exactly. And this one is probably a low level employee talking to a CEO. So you see already tuko na mashida ikifika in terms of just our venye tunafikiria, all right? Our ideals and all that. So at the end of the day, maandamano ya 1990, sabasaba ya 1990 na sabasaba ya 2025 very different. Yes, the dates are the same. But the people that were there and the people that are here now are two different generations, and that is why they cannot use the same approach that was used in 1990 to subdue or to deal with issues in 2025. Yes.
Well, the approach should be different.
Very different.
Yeah, should be
Very different.
Quite different. Yesterday, of course, Raila also gave out a speech,
right,
about the Sabasaba, and of course people were expecting him to make his way to Kamukunji, which of course he came out and said that I was to go, but I didn't because there is a lot of blockade on the roads. I were not able to get there. So like by then, that one is I was like, surely are you saying well, okay, not for him.
Yes.
By then, look at it from the perspective not for him,
right,
but now for the people you want to meet.
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day anyway, kama sisi hatuwezi fika pia wewe basi
utakuja kuongea na nani?
Utakuja kuongelesha nyasi huko. Si ndio?
Yeah, so
acha tumpatie benefit of doubt.
But of course he said something. Yeah. He talked of something. Intergenerational pale alisema kwamba we need to sit and talk still again at dialogue. Today we have a guest. Of course we're gonna ask him more about the speech that Raila did yesterday. Yeah, we want to ask him more questions. So let us leave that one at that point. All
right. So last but not least, before we get into that other paper, at least 10 injured. At least 10 killed, scores injured as unrest spreads across counties, and Nyanza defies protest trends, stays peaceful even as other regions descended in violence. Alafu hapa page 11, this is still on the Standard newspaper, how one-term chance stopped SGR train. Unakumbuka ile SGR train ilisimamishwa Sunday usiku?
Yes.
Due to technical hitches.
Yeah.
So apparently this chance were the technical hitches. Anyway, what's on the Star newspaper?
Okay, the Star newspaper, biggest story pale, by the way, it's kind of ni tofauti than whatever we have on the other newspapers about maandamano. This one is about the spending of the county chiefs. And the newspaper says that from county halls to fun and malls, how public cash is spent. So there's this MCS, county chiefs splash millions in Dubai, pages 4 and 5. And these are the top spenders on the foreign trips in 9 months. We're talking of in 9 months. We are seeing Nakuru County, 57.32 they spend on foreign travels. We see Nyeri, which has 55.61 million. Of course, Nairobi is leading with 229.79 million. Yeah. We also have Machakos, we have Mombasa, we have Lamu. Actually, Lamu pia wali spend a lot. That is, they're coming number 3. after Nairobi, Machakos, then Lamu with 76.09 M. And again now, we have the controller of the national budget, the budget. What she says is executive defies MP's orders on audit queries. There's a lot about, by the way, finances on the Start newspaper, how our monies are being spent, how the country's revenue is being spent by MCS and the other MPs. So the question is, na ndio niliuliza hapa, kama akija pale Nanzi akizungumza amekuja like mmeleta budget yenu, we said that there's a procedure of doing this budgets mpaka ifike pale kukua being passed. Kama imesha letwa, we said they do look at it, they go through it, then they go ahead and approve it,
right,
and then they come back to report to us how much has been spent in that area. Me, I have a problem with that office.
But we said and we were shocked here that these corruption cases still go on, despite the fact that we have the Auditor General, the control of budget, and so on and so forth. So the question is, where is the loophole between these people who are checking each other? Yes. So that's a question probably we shall answer one time here on the show.
Yeah, because it's quite unfortunate. So just an instant analysis says that the controller of budget's findings have intensified questions over whether these trips provide value for money, especially as counties face widespread service delivery problems. With billions spent on travel, both domestic and foreign, citizens and oversight bodies are increasingly demanding transparency, tangible results, and stricter accountability in use of public resources. Actually, that is the point.
I like that part of the how viable are those particular trips and what do they bring back?
Yeah. Because mmesema mmetoka, and actually some of the places, the destinations that these people majorly are going is Dubai. Dubai watu wanadanga fanya nini?
Tourist destination. Wanaenda kwa tu kutumia pesa yetu.
Well, I want to understand by the way, because every other leader you hear akona trip anaenda Dubai. Ama ni benchmarking. What do they go to benchmark about?
I mean, Dubai is advanced. We need to acknowledge that.
Yes.
But the question is, when your MCA or your MP or your senator wakienda kule ku benchmark, at the end of the day, do they come and implement what we saw in Dubai? Because we've had so many MPs and actually even MCAs over the years, they have gone to Dubai. And I do not see anything close to Dubai here in Kenya. Kuna wakati hata Machakos County MCAs.
Yeah.
And I also think Kitui County MCAs walienda Dubai benchmarking. Kitui bado ikai Dubai.
When they come back, hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
So sijui ni nini walienda kuona Dubai wakaleta, ama ni what aspect of Dubai did they see there? Or they just brought back memories? That
is what actually we are asking, because vitu tu wanaenda kufanya wengine unaona huko they are playing with sand.
Yeah.
Kwa hizo deserts wanaenda kule
na kuenda na maklande,
kupanda ni farasi ama ni nini,
whatever it is
wakipanda kule, because we want to see like mmetoka hapa mumeenda sijui wapi. Kuna countries that places that we really need to look into, like if you tell me somebody is going to Rwanda,
right,
Rwanda, there is a lot to learn, you get.
Yes.
Singapore, a lot to learn for our country. Kuna two places. Tell me somebody has gone maybe to Israel, maybe a story na agriculture and so forth. There are so many places watu wakienda. We need to see them coming back with fruits.
Hata Singapore wameenda. I do not know any part of this country that looks like Singapore. Yes. Even one.
Maybe they are trying to push.
Push what?
You're not giving them enough money to.
Yeah, watu tuache kuwatetea. If they do not have enough money, why are they going in the first place? Why?
Wanataka kwenda ku benchmark. How can we work with the little that we have?
If you have been saving money to buy a vehicle, okay? And the money is not enough. Hautanunua migurudumu ikae hapo useme sasa nimenunua migurudumu ya Ferrari na ngoja sasa pesa ya kununua body. Hapana. If the money is not enough, don't go to Dubai. Then you come here and tell us that, but then I had to go because I didn't. No, come on. Anyway, we want to take a short break right now. And when we return, we shall hopefully, our visitor is here, our guest for the day has arrived. Let's get this conversation going. Na kama hajafika bado magazeti yako hapa, we shall definitely let you know what's been happening, what's been trending. We'll check out some of your feedback as well on our Radio Generation WhatsApp group and also on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram as well. Kama hujafika huko, umechelewa tena sawa sana. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 11 civilians lost their lives and more than 160 people were injured during the Sabasaba demonstrations held across the country. The National Police Service has confirmed. In a detailed statement issued on Monday evening, police reported that 52 officers were hurt in the course of duty, while 114 civilians sustained various injuries during the protest. The chaos also left a trail of destruction with 125 police vehicles, 36 government vehicles, and 47 civilian cars reported damaged. A total of 567 people were arrested in connection with the protest, which police said were marred by lawlessness in some areas despite calls for peaceful conduct. Opposition leader Raila Odinga has proposed a national intergenerational dialogue as part of sweeping reforms aimed at ending an ongoing youth-led protest and restoring public trust in governance. Speaking during a media address in Nairobi on Monday to mark the 35th Sabasaba Day, Raila outlined a 4-point agenda calling for police reforms, a national conclave for dialogue, renewed accountability in governance, and urgent strategies to tackle youth unemployment. He said many Kenyans, especially the youth, are demanding a government that prioritizes economic inclusion, social justice, and political freedom.
I propose an inclusive generational national conclave to hear our people across all divides and come up with irreducible reforms and changes necessary to take the country forward. I propose that the country urgently returns to the agenda of comprehensive police reform, focusing on enhancing accountability, transparency, and improving the police-to-people relationship. Your rogue police force that shoots people with impunity.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has called on Kenyans to reject violence and embrace a peaceful dialogue as means to resolve national challenges, warning that no country can grow in the midst of unrest and destruction. Speaking at Mukunguni grounds in Lamu West on Monday, Kindiki urged citizens to adopt calm and consultative approaches when raising concerns. He cautioned that incitement and disorder will only slow down the country's development. The Deputy President stressed that while every Kenyan has a right to speak out and demand accountability, such expression must be done in peaceful and constructive manner.
Kuna watu wengine ambao wanapanga vurugu, sijui maandamano na vita. Na mimi nataka niseme nchi yetu ya Kenya na warai nchi yetu ya Kenya, wananchi zote na viongozi, lazima tutafute njia za kutatua shida zetu za kitaifa kwa njia ya mazungumzo na njia ya amani. Haitawezekana kujenga nchi yetu kupitia vita na vurugu na kuhatarisha amani na umoja na usalama wa kitaifa. I plead with you, fellow countrymen, we cannot build this country through chaos.
Meanwhile, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has praised the police for preventing what could have been widespread cases of looting during Sabasaba protest on Monday. The CS said security measures implemented during the protest prevented goons from evading property and looting. He acknowledged that while many Kenyans were inconvenienced, police officers managed to significantly reduce the level of damage during the demos.
Structure that we put in place today, many goons and criminals did not get a chance to invade properties. But also at the same time, many Kenyans got inconvenienced. Some Kenyans were unable to access their offices. Some Kenyans also, out of fear of what happened last week, did not want to continue with their businesses. And therefore, I like to really tell all the Kenyans that who feel inconvenienced as a result of this security operation, to tell them, poleni sana, we just had to do this because we wanted you to be safe and we want your property to be safe.
He added that police will embark on investigating all cases of looting and destruction of property during Monday's protest.
The National Police Service and the police officers have really minimized the damage today. I know, of course, there are situations that we have already been reported that in one place some shop was looted, in another place some buildings were burned, and the National Police Service is going to investigate all these incidences.
At least 91 people are confirmed dead, with at least 75 in Carr County alone following flash floods in central Texas. Such efforts continue for fourth day for dozens of people still missing, authorities say. Camp Mystic, a girls' summer camp in the county, confirmed that 27 girls and staff were among the dead. U.S. President Donald Trump signed a major disaster declaration on Sunday for Carr County as questions have been raised about whether adequate flood warnings were provided. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
The time right now, 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. A very good morning to you. If you're just joining us, welcome to Radio Generation. It's 88.8 in Nairobi. Mombasa, it's 90.7, 92.1 in Malindi. Lamu, it's 92.6. And Garissa, it's 89.5. Worldwide, we are on rgk.co.ke.
Well, if you want to get us on our social media pages, that is on Instagram, that is on X. You want to get us on TikTok, it is Radio Gen KE. On Facebook, Radio Generation Kenya. You're gonna find us live there. You can watch, you can follow the conversations right here, because this is the home of hard truth and bold insights. And of course, the People's Breakfast is back.
Yes, indeed. So we're just talking about what is happening in the papers as we wait for our guest. Hopefully he's still on his way. We didn't find any barricades this morning coming to work, so he should get here.
Well, I was
before the hour is over, hopefully.
Yeah, so I was looking at Junction, like when we were coming in the morning, I'm like, yesterday, hapo ulikuwa huwezi hata kushuka ukasimama. Right now it's quite clear. Doesn't look like we have police in this country.
But there's some what is it called? There's debris on the road. A lot of stones.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Na nimejua malimau utoka sasa.
Huwa zinatoka wapi bali?
Huwa zinatoka kwa pavements. I've seen the pavements have been destroyed.
Okay.
Yes. Tumekuwa tukiuliza, town mawe watu wanatoa wapi? Kwa barabara watu wanatoa mawe wapi? Kumbe ni pavements huwa zinabomolewa.
Okay. You know, hata mimi mwenyewe nimekuwa nauliza, kwani hao vijana
wanatoa mawe
ama watu wanatoanga mawe wapi?
Sasa nimejua. They destroy the pavements. Yeah.
Jana we saw some youth, some people, not necessarily youth by the way, manake kuna wengine tuliona wako si youth sana, walikuwa na rungu, such things in town, are trying to protect. Walisema wao wako pale kuulinda mali ya wafanyabiashara. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
I didn't.
Yeah, I saw some, like the areas of Mudhurwa pale OTC, those areas of OTC.
Yesterday?
Yes.
Ulienda Mudhurwa jana?
No, I didn't go on the that is of course on the videos. Yeah.
I mean, I personally I didn't see that, but I wouldn't be shocked if they were there.
Kulikuwa nao walikuwa wameshika marungu hapa, wanasema kwamba wao wanataka kuzuia mali ya Wakenya wafanye biashara, na pia hata wafanyabiashara wenyewe pia, some of them were there on the streets and they are like, okay, we are here because we do not trust even each other. Saying that we do not even trust each other, like you never know ni nani ataingia kwa duka yako, nani atakuibia. So that's why they said they are there, and of course they have reinforced kuongezea mavijana. So now somebody was asking, now tumefikia ile level kwamba now the government cannot protect us. Yeah. Mpaka tupate reinforcement ya vijana. Basi hao vijana pia wapewe kazi.
Wapatiwe kazi.
Wapewe kazi.
Kazi kwa vijana.
Sindio, wapewe kazi. Kama wanaweza kufanya kazi hivyo vizuri sana, wanalinda mali by then, hatukusikia a lot of distractions by then in town yesterday.
But I told you CBD yesterday, nothing much was going to happen. Other places, yes. CBD, nilikwambia nothing.
And again, yesterday when we were living here, we were like, okay, if you protect now the CBD, also the estates, tulisema kwamba nao polisi pia waangalie estates. Na sasa katika estates ndo pia tunasikia a lot of things. Tumeona supermarkets being touched down.
Yeah.
Tumeona like Kiserian. Did you see Kiserian?
Kiserian, I saw there was a lot of drama, a lot of chaos, a lot of distraction as well. Yes.
Claims of Subaru zenye ziko na number plates.
Zile za Mabaru. Yeah. I mean, I saw a lot of things that happened. Kiserian, one of the places I never thought I would ever hear in the same sentence with the word chaos. For a very long time, actually, I had forgotten that Kiserian exists.
Yeah, so Kiserian was there all over on news, kila mahali. Kiserian yesterday, and of course there were people and Ngong.
Yes.
Yeah. We saw some people lost their lives huko. Kangemi pia tuliona, and you know, most of the time when hizi vitu zikifanyika, you hear families say, huyu hata alikuwa anatoka kazini. Huyu hata kukua katika maandamano.
There are places where you don't expect to hear drama. One of them was Kiserian. That one truly shocked me. Kitengela tulikuwa tuna expect.
Kitengela, Kangemi, Kaongware.
Kangemi tulikuwa tuna expect.
Yes.
Yeah. Hata place ni yenye sikusikia mambo mengi kuhusu ni Kibra. I didn't hear much about Kibra, but you know, people always expect Kibra to have chaos. Actually, you know, people are usually told, hey, in case of drama, avoid Kibra.
Avoid those
but
areas.
Yesterday Kibra was actually fairly
and actually
calm.
for the past hizo protest nyingi zenye zimekuwa zikifanyika hizi za Gen Z most of the time.
Kibra kumekuwa kumetulia.
And again, look at Kisumu. Those are places also, that we've always expected to see chaos, drama. Yesterday, nothing happened.
But they're saying it's because Baba is in the broad-based government.
Because also now, okay, let me not ask the question. Wacha niachane nayo ikae tu ndani yangu. So
no, Liza.
No.
Freedom of speech.
Okay.
Freedom of expression. Uliza tu.
Hata
kama hakuna jibu.
It has limits anyway. It has limits.
Yes.
Yeah, it has limits.
Okay.
In as much as you're free. So there are so many questions that people just need to ask themselves. Kama kwa mfano kama hiyo, most of the time we are seeing watu wakishutiwa, unapata huyu mtu wako kwa katika maandamano. Why is it that now the people wenye wako katika maandamano, they are the ones who are being shot or getting these shots?
Yeah.
Na wale wenye wana cause the goons, hatujasikia any goon ako reported kwamba yeye alipigwa risasi.
But ni because nilikwambiaje, wewe ni kama unasahau hii mambo ni kama unasahau hii mambo.
Okay, remind me.
Tulisema ya kwamba there is someone protecting the goons. Someone has hired the goons to cause the chaos. So there is no way I will hire you to do something for me and then I come and you know, arrest you or shoot you. I can't do that.
Something painful yesterday, like watching the Kamukunji, the area of Shaurimoyo. Kuna a young boy there was also shot yesterday, and it was so painful. As a parent, when I was looking at maandamano ikiendelea, I'm like, why are parents leaving their kids outside?
When you say kids, you mean like young children?
Yes.
Okay. You siezi watetea.
You know, I was just looking at you know, when the reporters are doing the reporting, tunaona kama ni mapicha, videos zinachukuliwa places. Then in my mind, I was like, mbona hao watoto wanacheza nje saa kama hii?
Unaweza pata mzazi maybe alikuwa ameenda kutafuta.
Maybe alienda kutafuta, mtoto akabaki pale.
So mtoto yake akaamua, let me go out and play. And then in the process of going out to play, anajipata sasa kwa ile meli. Sasa atafanya nini? Sometimes these are not even, they're like street families, so they do not have a home per se.
Okay.
So when there's chaos, they are literally
now you're making me to understand.
They are literally smack in the middle of this chaos because sasa mtu unajua utakimbia kwa nyumba ujifungie na uambie mtoto wako tulia hapa. But sasa kuna street family.
Watoto pia
hawana kitu. kuna mwingine wazazi wake wameenda kwa hiyo maandamano na wameachwa kwa nyumba, so pia yeye anatoka si ati ametoka kuingia kwa maandamano, lakini sasa anasikia chaos huko nje and they want to understand what's going on, so they find themselves in that situation.
Well, I think just a piece of advice maybe to us parents, as we have these kids, most of them, let us talk to them about hizi maandamano. Kwa watoto wengine pia wanaingia katika maandamano and it's quite unfortunate. Wanatoka wakiona watu wakinini wanaingililia. It's usually quite unfortunate.
The only way you can prevent your child from joining those maandamanos is you are either there at home with them.
You are there with them, yeah.
So you literally lock them in the house. But if your child is of understanding age, maybe 10 years and above,
let's talk to them.
Huo mtoi ni ngumu sana umuongelesha na akusikie. Unaweza mwambia usiende huko nje baba, ni kubaya. But they are curious. Children are born curious. Hata wewe ulizaliwa ukiwa curious.
Yes.
Unasikia watu huko nje wanapiga kelele.
Unaambia utoke, lakini pia wewe unataka utoke. But
unasikia watu wakipiga kelele and your curiosity will send you.
Well, let's do this. Let us also still talk to them. Hata kama they are curious, let's talk to them.
Yeah.
Hata kama atakuwa curious anataka kutoka, but anajua kutoka kule nje during wakati wa maandamano it is risky.
What's in your paper?
Well, stories are campaigns. Kwanza na mapema. Kalonzo Gachagua acts on new campaign trail. Ruto is also deep in campaigns, visiting counties and launching projects. Yeah. So this is what it says. A united opposition led by Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka and DCP's Rigathi Gachagua has hit the ground running in a tit-for-tat response to President William Ruto's perceived early campaign blitz. Well, I want to say something about this. You remember the president was one who said hakuna early campaigns.
Yes.
Hunu wakati wa kufanya kazi. So people should be working.
Yeah.
But then now, according to the paper, you see, it is a tit for tat. That means they are following, they are revenging, they are also doing what they see the president is also doing.
But you see, number one, they cannot say that, time for campaigns is over. Yet on day one, after being sworn in, actually on the day they were sworn in, they started campaigning that day.
Okay.
Yes. And the days after that, I remember DP Gachagua at the time, alikuwa anazunguka kila mahali, even the president himself. Maki kafika mahali watu akamwambia, shuka kwa rooftop ya hizi magari zako, baki State House fanya kazi.
Watu wafanye kazi.
Walimwambia time ya campaign. So, si kwa ubaya, but anyone else who's campaigning right now, they're doing it because already the people in government had been campaigning from day one. Sasa why should they have an undue advantage over them? Sasa wanda kwanza kucampaign in the last year of 2027, yet the person you're competing against has been campaigning for 5 years. Of course not. So yeah, they will campaign.
So our country is a country of campaigns.
We are in campaign mode, my friend.
Yani the moment tumemaliza kuweka kura hivi,
Biblia hivi chini, tunaanza tena
kesho yake ni story na campaigns. Because people maybe you want to still go back.
Yes. Campaigns niendelea.
Na pia kuna wale tayari mkishaingia hivi tayari anaanza mission ya vile
if there's someone
get you out of the seat.
I never saw campaign. There's someone I never saw campaigning. It was Mwai Kibaki. I think Mwai Kibaki campaigned once in 2022. I mean, sorry, in 2002. Yes. That's the only time I saw Kibaki. After that, Kibaki has never campaigned.
So he was so much into the economy of the country. He was so much into working for the Kenyans.
The guy was working.
Unlike, but the other day we had a guest here who talked of what is the name? Advice Mudalo, who said that if there's a government that is trying to balance politics and what?
Politics and governance. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Alisema ni hii governance.
Yeah. So during Kibaki's time, we saw a lot
of governance.
During Uhuru's time also, we saw a lot of
governance.
Then now during this time that now we are getting it hard to understand this balancing of the governance and politics.
Yeah. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
And he said, but they quoted something about the projects that the president is doing. Most of the time, alisema kwamba they are political driven.
Yeah. because you can even see the places he's opening, he's doing projects, is places where he is strong politically. Yeah.
Okay.
Kule kwingine bana, nyinyi kwendeni huko.
Nyinyi mujipange. There is a poll that was done Mungala.
Yeah.
And it's saying that a majority of youth want leadership change, according to a geopoll poll that was done. This is what it says, that for the anti-government demonstrations to end, most young Kenyans believe there should be a leadership change. A new poll has shown. The study by geopoll says 42% of the respondents cited leadership change, followed by calls for youth empowerment and employment at 13% and tackling of corruption at 12%.
Yeah, well, our guest yesterday, Professor Ogola, alisema at the end of the day, there's something that the youth want. And he mentioned a lot of things, from corruption, they want that changed. Police brutality, they want that changed. Unemployment, they want that to change. But the one thing that he ended, his conversation with was the fact that the youth are looking for
leadership change,
governance, better governance. It doesn't necessarily have to be leadership change, by the way. Acha tu nikwambie ukweli. Waiwa. It doesn't necessarily mean that now movie atoke ndio mwingine ingie. It can just mean movie abadilike. Movie akibadilike, imagine watu kwa sawa. Abadilishe tu mienendo yake. Kama alikuwa naiba, awache kuiba. Kama alikuwa ngana uongo, awache uongo. Movie akibadilisha mienendo yake, si lazima, kwa sababu yule mtu hata tungetaka achukue nafasi ya movie. Ni mtu mwenye tunataka akuja na hizo qualities ama virtues tunatafuta. Unaget? Akibadilisha hizo, then movie amalize shughuli yake, contract yake ikisha. Sawa. Akitaka kuitisha ingine, aitishe.
Lakini amebadilisha nini?
Lakini abadilishe, kwa sababu hata tukileta Brian Odor hapa, yule drive show presenter, not drive show but mid-morning show presenter. If he comes here and still does the same nonsense I'm doing, then there's no difference. Yes.
So I think now we are agreeing on what I was pushing for. Wakati tulikuwa tunaongea hapa about year 2027.
Right.
Yeah. So we are getting back to the fact that now these people wakiwa pale on board, if you can listen to what people are saying, if you are able to act on whatever people are saying, you address on these issues. Yeah, because of course Kenyans want also to participate. Kenyans want to understand these policies. Yeah, Kenyans want to understand the decisions that the leadership are making most of the time, because they do affect the Kenyans. Actually, issues to do with kama mambo na budgets, because all of these things, they boil down back to the finance bill, because that is where everything starts.
Right. For
the country, decisions, that is where they are anchored on the finance bill, especially decisions to do with the economy. So everybody wants to be involved.
Right.
Yeah, everybody wants to understand, okay, for example, why is the State House being allocated this much amount of money? And we want to see now what comes out of that allocation as a country.
Right.
So those are basically the things that everybody wants. So in as much as movie ukibadilika, utuambie kwamba it's okay now, I will open up the room for public participation. Sawa sawa. And again, not just public participation. Once people give out their opinions, now as the leadership, are you taking this? Are you addressing whatever these people are saying?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that is what is key.
Right. So, and that is why I insist that sometimes, and you said it rightly earlier on when you talked about wisdom in the morning, you know, and you said wisdom is accepting that you don't know nothing.
Yeah. True wisdom is knowing that you know nothing.
That you know nothing.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Anyway, we want to switch gears for a minute here and introduce our guest. But before we do that, allow me to give you the traffic updates of Nairobi County, because things are a bit different from yesterday. Yeah, for instance, which road is moving, which one is stagnant?
Traffic.
All right, so I'm looking at Muthaiga roundabout pale. That is Muthaiga Square, sorry. As you're approaching Thika Superhighway, that place is bumper to bumper right now. You guys are not moving Polente and Asana, a bit different from what we experienced yesterday. Also, just driving down Muranga Road, as you're approaching that Kirinyaga Road roundabout, everything is bumper to bumper heading towards Koja Stage, or rather Koja Mosque. But if you're coming down from Mombasa Road, Everything is looking good for you right now. No complaints. A little bit of traffic though when you're coming towards Cabanas, but after that everything else opens up until you get to Capital Center. That is as you're approaching Bellevue and South Sea. Everything is looking good as far as that is concerned, but after that everything else is fantastic. No complaints. Watu ambao wanataka kuingia Tao this particular morning at exactly 7:24, things are not bad on your end.
Yeah, Jogoo Road, I see things are quite okay up to around City Stadium. So kutoka City Stadium kuingia town, things are not quite okay. Bado by the way, this is a traffic time, masaa ya traffic. So as you get to town from City Stadium, that is where things are not quite okay.
Right.
Ngong Road also, I see around Junction area, Prestige area. Yes, and also community. From community as you get to town, that area things are not quite okay. We talked of Thika Road, kuanzia pale KCA University. Ukiangalia it's vile magari yamejipanga pale, it's quite
kuna msongamano,
yes,
bumper to bumper.
Yes, as you get to town.
All right, anything on the road you think we should know, please highlight a brother. That is Radio Gen KE, that's on Twitter, and Radio Generation, that's on WhatsApp as well.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, welcome back. The conversation this particular hour is going to be focused on the government and the broad-based government and whether it has delivered on what exactly we are expecting it to deliver. And with us in studio this particular morning is Philip Etale. He is the communications director of ODM. A very good morning to you, Philip. Karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Morning, thank you.
Yes.
I'm glad to be on this show.
Nice.
On this new radio station.
Karibu tena sana.
You're excited.
Asante
Yes.
It's
sana.
going to be a big thing, huh?
Karibu.
Yes.
Thank you.
How was yesterday, maandamano? Did you join or did you go to Kamkunji?
Now, we didn't go to Kamkunji as we had planned.
Right.
Because of circumstances that were beyond our control.
Right.
We realized that by the time we were planning to go there at 1 p.m., the ground had been infiltrated by what I will say goons. And we thought it would not be wise to go there. Then chaos erupted, and then they start exchanging with police, and then, bad things happen, and then it's
Right.
blamed on us. Yeah, what we had intended to do, because it's been a practice since, I'm told 1990, I was in Standard 5.
Right.
Is that people have been going to Kamkunji to commemorate or to remember those who were shot dead by the then Khan regime as they fought for the reintroduction of political pluralism on the 7th of July, 1990.
Right.
And it's always been a peaceful demonstration, a solemn occasion where they go, hold a rally, and then they retreat back to their homes. But what we witnessed yesterday was a different style of celebrating or commemorating this day. There are gangs, or rather I would say group of young people who went to Kamkunji, started hurling missiles at each other, engaging police in running battles. Then we said this is not in the spirit of Sabasaba. It is something different. And it's something maybe someone is trying to use this occasion to settle their own personal political scores.
All right.
Which shouldn't have been the case. But we say maybe where we have reached now as a country, it's not like in the past. Because I was listening to one of the lawyers who was incarcerated during those days in the 1990s, talk about Sabasaba. And he said, the demonstrations we are seeing today is not what they used to do in the past. There was no thuggery, there was no looting, there was no harming of people or arming of people to go to the streets and cause chaos and violence and hurt one another. It used to be demonstrations that had a purpose. But these days, what, according to this lawyer, Mr. Ambrose Wedder, the demonstrations of these days have turned into something that could cause anarchy in this country. And this needs to be checked and stopped.
In your opinion, before last year, that is June, when we had the anti-finance bill protests.
Yes.
We've had protests before. Even protests that even Baba had called for.
Correct.
And they were fairly safe to attend, picket, go back home at the end of the day. We rarely heard of fatalities.
Yes.
But now, what has changed in your opinion? What has changed? Why is it that since last year, every protest after that, we have to lose at least a life, or we have to, loot people's shops, injure cops, and so on and so forth? What has changed?
That's what I'm trying to say. Perhaps the young people who are participating in this, first, I would say the initial demonstrations by the Gen Zs last year had a purpose. They were rebelling with a cause. They knew what they wanted. They were fighting for their right. They said the finance bill was not good. It had punitive taxes. And that it was time that the government had to step it down, address their issues, which I think the president did by stepping it down and having the concerns of the Gen Zs addressed. In fact, he went further to dissolve the cabinet, the entire cabinet, and send some cabinet secretaries home so that he can accommodate the views and aspirations of the young people. But now, ever since that happened, the demonstrations have been turned into a monster in this country. It's no longer the demonstrations that we used to witness. During our time, as the communication director of ODM, we've participated. Actually, tumekula tear gas sana. But we never had people entering the CBD because we knew the CBD is the heart of the country's economy. If you enter the CBD and you start causing distraction, looting people's businesses, carrying away stuff from supermarkets and burning them, then that would be the end of the country's economy. And I think that's a deliberate move by some people who are using the young people to cause this kind of civil disobedience. I would say it's like a civil war, so that, the country's economy collapses and then we go into abyss. This should not be the case. Democratically, in democratic states, if you want meaningful change, there is a way you do it as a people. You come together, you mobilize support, and wait for that election time and vote out that person that you think is not fit to be in office. It has happened in Malawi. It has happened in Zambia. So if you want to cause anarchy so that you can rise to power, you ask yourself, would you want to lead a country that doesn't have people? Number two, would you like or would you want to be a leader of a country that is not there? First, we have to think about our country. We must have a country first before we seek elective positions. You cannot have a country ruined for you to ascend to power. Because what we saw yesterday, I was reading about the proprietor of this store called Magunas. He started as a hawker. He's not a politician, and he's apolitical. So for people to loot his supermarket, it's not the first time this is happening. Since this demonstration started, the target has been this supermarket called Magunas, another one, I can't remember the name, in Nakuru.
Yeah.
And it was started by people who started from the scratch to where they have reached. Why would you want to cripple somebody who started from nothing to something? Let us think about the future. Because, even if we want to use these young people, yesterday I passed somewhere in town on Haile Selassie Avenue, I went straight up to Jogoo Road. The caliber of the young people I saw was shocking. It's pretty young. Watoto wadogo. About some of them are still in high school, or they are supposed to be in high school. But now they are protesting because they don't know. First, we must teach our young people the history of this country. Kenya has been the beacon of peace for quite a long time, and it's been a role model to other countries in the region that this is a peaceful country. What would you say when somebody from Tanzania starts asking? Like, there's a lady journalist friend of mine from Tanzania called Jessica, who called me yesterday and said, "Hey, Philip, kwani nini iko Kenya? Mbona mwapigana?" You know, it portends very badly out there. The image of the country is at risk because now people start laughing at us. They will start fearing to come here. In fact, investors will fear to invest in this country. And perhaps, I shudder to say, that could be the intention of the people who are instigating or orchestrating this kind of chaos. That we lose this country, investors lose hope in the country, then we become a hopeless and useless country.
Okay.
We have to think about Kenya first before ourselves.
Okay, that's quite okay. You know, I was listening to what he's saying, and you're talking quite well, quite okay. You have talked of the issue of peace and waiting for 2027 to go and do the elections, right? But now somebody is asking, like, why is it that now, like ODM, representing ODM, why is it that now you are talking of now waiting for other elections, while during that time when Raila Odinga was trying to push for the wins that he purported to have won, that you people are not talking about such?
First, a leader must be a person who has a human heart.
Okay.
When you call for a cause, people to go out on the streets to demonstrate, and then there's loss of life, there's destruction of property, because this property or these businesses are owned by human beings, not donkeys, not dogs, not animals or chickens.
Yeah.
It's owned by human beings. You think about this human being first. If we ruin their businesses, what will happen to the people who benefit directly and indirectly from that business? Think about it. So when the Honorable Raila Odinga called off the demonstrations in 2023, he had a reason. He saw people dying. Actually, he had over 74 people dying. And I remember we had a memorial service at the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka Center in Karen. It was a solemn event. People cried when we showed the videos of people, Kenyans being felled by police bullets. And it was not, why would people die because of me? Yeah, we call off these mandamanos. People should not die for you to succeed. Let people live so that you can succeed and lead those people.
Well, right. That is quite okay. But you have talked of that the government listened to the pleas of the Gen Zs, and the president actually didn't bring down the cabinet, right?
Yeah.
But now the point is, we saw that he just reshuffled people. The minister, the people that the Gen Zs were had issues with. So, are you saying that the issue was addressed?
In his own wisdom as the President of the Republic of Kenya, the appointing authority, he had the reason to do what he did. But what amazed me was the bringing into the cabinet members from my own party called the ODM as experts to help. And you can see, even this year's finance bill passed through Parliament without any issues because it was a friendly budget, and the finance bill doesn't have the punitive taxes that the young people. That's why they are no longer talking about the finance bill. Now they are talking about Ruto must go. You see, in a democracy, where people are given the freedom, because these freedoms have been fought for by people. There are people who lost their lives in the 80s, in the 90s. A lot of people lost their lives. Blood was shed because of Kenya having these freedoms that we enjoy. The freedoms that we have been embedded in the current constitution, the 2010 constitution. And these freedoms give us the leeway to picket, demonstrate, and present petitions to government in a peaceful way in Article 37 of the Constitution. But again, the Public Order Act gives the police the freedom, or rather the power,
The authority.
That's the word I was looking for, to deal with anybody who wants to cause chaos and violence during this period of picketing. So if you want to picket, and I would suggest that the country adopts the proposal by the Right Honorable Raila Odinga the other week, when he said that in developed countries, when you want to demonstrate, you give notice to police. And that's what is stipulated in Article 37 of the Constitution. Give notice. In the past, you could write to the police, and police would deny you the chance to go and demonstrate and picket. But now the Constitution says, just give notice. Say, we want to demonstrate tomorrow, the 9th of July, the year 2025. And then the police will call you as the organizers of these demonstrations. You sit down in a kamadere way, sit down, agree that we want to start at 9 and we finish at 5. And these are the routes that we want to use. If it's coming from Jogoo Road, we enter through Haile Selassie, Marikiti, we go to Wakulima Market, we enter the CBD, Harambe Avenue, then we end at Parliament to present our petition. You will be allowed. Then that is the route that will be marked. But if people would want to come from Kangemi, Ngong Road, Kayole, then they start coming in groups, chanting slogans that are against the letter and spirit of that agreement, then that means it's something different. It's no longer the demonstration that had been agreed. But now, presently, the organizers of these demonstrations give notice, and then they start spreading on social media some things like Occupy police stations, Occupy State House, Occupy Parliament. There are some, these are public offices, but you cannot just occupy them. If you occupy, like I saw another blogger, influencer, calling on Kenyans to occupy, to wake up at 5 a.m. and go and do sit-ins at police stations, their nearest police stations. Now, in that police station, there's an armory. If we have 5,000 people occupying Central Police Station, what happens? They'll overrun the police stations, they'll break into the armory, they will take the firearms, they will even break into the cells, release those inmates who are there, who are waiting prosecution. You see, such kind of things should not be allowed. When you want to picket and present a petition to the office of the president, do it in the right way. Then converge outside Harambe House in a peaceful way with the protection of the police as friends, because police officers are also human beings.
Philip, we can agree that the chaos is definitely unwarranted.
Correct.
It's not necessary. Personally, I wouldn't advocate for that because at the end of the day, I have families all over this country, and I wouldn't want to see them harmed in any way.
Sure.
But the question I want to ask you is, do you first of all agree that the issues Kenyans are presenting are legitimate? For instance, that they're speaking against corruption. They're speaking against police brutality and many other issues that they have presented. Do you believe that those demands or those issues are legit?
very legit.
Okay.
But I would have a rider to that. I would say police brutality is caused by disobedience of the people. This, as I said, police officers are also human beings.
But Albert Ojwang was not being disobedient. Rex Masai was not being disobedient. Karaoke Boniface, the one who was shot 2 weeks ago, I believe, was not being disobedient. He was selling masks in the streets of Nairobi.
I'm not a government apologist. I would say those are incidents that should have been averted if police officers were not trigger happy. We shouldn't have a police force that is trigger happy. It's a police service, no longer police force. And the 2010 constitution envisaged that the police service should be friendly to the people. But again, I sat down with a police officer who had his arm chopped off by some demonstrators in Narok some time back.
Right.
And this man was saying, I was carrying out my duty as a police officer to protect the property. I was standing outside somebody's shop where young people were intending to loot. So when I started, I fired in the air to disperse the crowds. Then in no minute, my arm was chopped off. So it's like, let's be friendly to each other. Police officers who are trigger happy must be arrested and prosecuted.
Okay.
If you shoot arbitrarily at the people demonstrating who are harmless, then it's upon yourself as a police officer to take responsibility. But
yes,
if you find yourself like I was watching a video where a police officer was overrun. Actually, the truck that he was in sped off and left him behind somewhere in Pipeline.
Yes.
He was roughed up. He was beaten blue-black. I think he passed on or something. That's what I heard. So such kind of incidences, they also make police officers feel like, okay, we are being disrespected. But what I would call for in a nation like Kenya, in a delicate point that we are in, we must have respect for each other. Police officers must respect the right to life, and also the demonstrators must also realize that these are our comrades, they are our fellow human beings. Although they are armed, we need to be friendly with each other. And in that way we can move forward.
I like the fact that you said that you're not a government apologist, and that's okay. What happens then if we need to picket tomorrow and we have Kenyans coming from everywhere? Because if I'm planning a demo in the CBD, or we might agree that CBD is not the best place. If I want to have a demo on Gong Road and we have comrades coming from Thika Road and they come in numbers, because nowadays it's easier to communicate through social media, and I tell them we shall be meeting at Prestige Plaza at 9 a.m. and we have buses coming from Thika Road, we have buses coming from Mombasa Road, maybe Machakos, and even beyond. How then can we say that we want to control these crowds and give specific numbers like was proposed by Esther Passaris? How are we able to say that, first of all, these are legit people who are coming for demos? Because I've called for a demo. I am unable to tell that I'll have 100 people or even 1 million people coming for the demos. How are we able to tell that these are legitimate people and they are being fired at, or these are hired goons by probably someone who doesn't agree with my demos and my organization and decides, you know what, wacha tuharibie mbuvi kitu anajaribu kufanya ndio tumpaint in bad picture? Because I believe that is what has been happening in the previous day, actually in the demos that have been happening, and specifically the ones that were organized in a very legit good way. How then do we say that we are going to proceed forward and still say that we won't see loss of lives or loss of property? Because people still have that right to picket.
First, we have to agree that demonstrations are not public rallies. When you see people ferrying demonstrators from different parts of the country, then that's something different. And it's something that should be a cause for worry. Because, a demonstration, if we agree that we are going to meet at Ligindogo on Gong Road, people should come voluntarily. People should walk to Gong Road, not buses ferrying them and coming to park outside Ligindogo, the venue of the demonstration. That is not a demonstration. That's a public rally.
Okay.
A public rally is where people mobilize people to attend. A demonstration is where I wake up and say, I want to join in this demonstration voluntarily. And that's why I'm saying we have to have organized demonstrations. If we want to have peaceful demonstrations, event-free demonstrations, let these demonstrations be done in accordance with the law and the constitution of the republic. This is not a banana state. And the government must agree that the constitution allows Kenyans to picket and demonstrate and present petitions to it as a government. And once this is done in a humane way, we will have people demonstrating, picketing, carrying placards, and shouting all manner of words they want to shout and using all manner of adjectives they want to use. And then in the end, they go back to their homes. That is the Kenya that I believe, if I had the power, I would agree that we can agree as Kenyans to have.
All right. Let's switch gears now. We talk about something that has been in the minds of a lot of Kenyans, and this is the broad-based government. First of all, how did we come up to get to this point where we have a broad-based government? Is it something that is in the constitution, or is it a word that people just started using and it trended and now it's a fact?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question.
Yes.
But I would say this. In the wake of the Gen Z uprising and the many issues they were raising, in that point in time, the country was going into the sea. My party leader, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, being the man that I know as statesman and nationalist, a person who believes in democracy, sat down by himself, did soul searching and listened to himself and decided, should we have Kenya go down to the ashes? No. Should we have Kenya, supposing the president yielded to the demands of Gen Zs and opted out because of pressure, what would have become of Kenya? Chaos. Then perhaps in other countries, in other jurisdictions across Africa, in such a situation, the military takes over. What are the repercussions? What are the consequences of military regimes as a nation? First, the constitution and the freedoms we enjoy will be suspended. We will not have the freedom. In this show, we will not have the freedom to talk freely as we are doing if the military is in power, because they're in charge and everything is militant. Now he said, instead of this country being one of those who fought for the liberations of this country, second liberation, he was incarcerated for many years. I wouldn't want this country to die. We must have Kenya first. That's why he decided that he should have a conversation with the president and tell him, look here, man, this is Kenya. Listen to the wishes, listen to the cries of the people of Kenya and the young people, and do what is necessary. I will hold your back. I'll stand by you so that we can have Kenya. First, we must have Kenya. And that's what I always say.
Yes.
Anytime I post on social media, I say, let's have a country first. And that's what came on his mind.
All right.
And that's what yielded to what we call the broad-based government. Broad-based government is not in the constitution, but it's something that the people in power can just come up with to ensure that there's unity, there's sanity, and there's order.
Okay. At the time of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga joining government to form this so-called broad-based government, he had other partners as well. Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, Eugene Wamalwa, basically everyone else who's currently in opposition. Were they in these conversations? Because I feel from what I saw that these other leaders felt shortchanged, because you've said here that Raila Odinga sat and reflected by himself. So that means he probably didn't consult you. If he did, you will let us know. He probably didn't consult Kalonzo Musyoka, former VP. He didn't consult Eugene Wamalwa, former CS. This was a Raila issue, and Raila tackled it, and Raila got into broad-based government by himself, because even the individuals that he came into government with, Joho, Mbadi, Opio, all of those were people from ODM. We didn't see anyone from Wiper. If there is, you can correct me. We didn't see anyone else from Martha Karua's outfit. We didn't see anyone from Eugene Wamalwa's outfit. We didn't see anyone from Jubilee. What happened?
You know, it's not in the place of Raila Odinga to have come up with this idea of broad-based government. It was the president who reached out to the Honorable Raila Odinga and told him, my brother, please, let's sit down and reason out. Now, these other leaders within our Azimio coalition, perhaps if they were reached out by the president, because it's the president who was reaching out to these leaders, he reached out to Raila. And maybe, I don't know, if he reached out to the others and they turned down his request, I don't know. It's them to say. We need that moment in time when they will say, I was approached, or the president will say, I approached so-and-so, but he declined. Only Raila Odinga accepted
Okay.
to stand for the country.
All right. The youth at the time told Raila Odinga, kaa kando baba, umepigana, sasa wewe tulia, wacha tuendelee. But Raila chose to not listen to that particular advice. And he still went ahead and, went into bed with the same government that the young people were having issues with. What does that say about his character, about his legitimacy as far as leading this country is concerned?
As I said, he looked at Kenya. Where was Kenya going? Yes, the youth of the country told him, kaa kando, we are doing it for you. But then, what was happening? Parliament was invaded, was raided. A part of it was torched. Then what would have been the end result? A lot of government institutions, including the State House, would have been fallen victim to this.
Right.
Then after that, what happens to the country?
Anarchy.
Even if you want to be the president, would you want to lead a country that is arched? No. Would you want to lead a country that is in tatters? People are not, people are worried, everyone is fracked. No. That is the stand that Raila took. I want Kenya first. Okay. And he'll be remembered for this particular decision he made many years to come, not today.
Okay, just looking at the objectives of the broad-based government so far, like the issue of addressing hard economic times in our country. Do you think so far the broad-based government has addressed these issues?
You see, if I don't hear the people talking about the high cost of living.
You don't hear?
I don't hear nowadays. What people are talking about is that mechoka, so-and-so must go. They are no longer talking about the issues they were raising in 2023, 2024, when we had the Mandamanos Azimio, when we had the Mandamano of Gen Zs, because some of these have been addressed. I'm not speaking with authority, but I will say there's issues that were raised. Some have been addressed, but many are still underway. And I would say, like police brutality, that needs to be addressed. People should not fear the police. People should look at police officers as their brothers and sisters, not as a force. Number 2, the issue of corruption. This needs to be addressed. Number 3, we need to fix the country by having institutions that give hope to the people of Kenya. Leaders are people in the offices who will make Kenyans hope and think. And we also need to have, there is an issue that we were raising during that time, the IEBC. In fact, the Gen Zs also said that they need IEBC in place. It's taking time. And we are heading into 2027. The IEBC is not in place. A lot of things need to be organized by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. That's why we need to have these institutions in place.
I want to stop you right there. We get into the news, but when we return, we still revisit that conversation because I have a couple of questions, especially in regards to the IBC. So don't go too far. We will be right back with ODM Communications Director Philip Etale.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Manyata Member of Parliament Gitonga Mukunji was on Monday arrested in connection with the unrest that broke out across parts of Embu town during the Saba Saba commemorations. His lawyer, Ndegwa Njiru, confirmed that the legislator was taken into custody at around 3 p.m. and booked at Kibi police station. Shortly after being booked, the MP was picked up by officers from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations based at Juja police station. Njiru stated that Mukunji was briefly held for the exclusive purpose of holding him before being moved to a known location. Former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has revealed that Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen apologized to him and to Kenyans over controversial remarks that were widely viewed as supporting the use of lethal force against protesters. Raila, speaking during the Saba Saba Day commemoration on Monday, said the apology followed a conversation they had after the June 25th protest in Nairobi, where police were accused of using excessive force. He said Murkomen acknowledged that the language used was wrong and assured him that the police will treat Kenyans with great care going forward. The former Prime Minister was responding to public outrage over statements by Murkomen which seemed to justify the use of deadly force to protect infrastructure during the anti-government protest.
I've talked for a long time about police reforms. Not just this time, not with regard to this regime. In the regime before it, even one before that other regime. I've said that, we inherited a colonial police force. And as you know, the colonial system, colonialism was meant to rule the natives. It was not a people-friendly government. So what should have happened was to democratize this police force, reform it so that it becomes a service, not a force.
Meanwhile, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has praised the police for preventing what could have been widespread cases of looting during Saba Saba protest on Monday. The CS said security measures implemented during the protest prevented goons from evading property and looting. He acknowledged that while many Kenyans were inconvenienced, police officers managed to significantly reduce the level of damage during the demos.
Structure that we put in place today, many goons and criminals did not get a chance to invade properties. But also at the same time, many Kenyans got inconvenienced. Some Kenyans were unable to access their offices. Some Kenyans also, out of fear of what happened last week, did not want to continue with their businesses. And therefore, I like to really tell all the Kenyans that who feel inconvenienced as a result of this security operation, to tell them, poleni sana, we just had to do this because we wanted you to be safe and we want your property to be safe.
He added that police will embark on investigating all cases of looting and destruction of property during Monday's protest.
The National Police Service and the police officers have really minimized the damage today. I know, of course, there are situations that we have already been reported that in one place some shop was looted, in another place some buildings were burned, and the National Police Service is going to investigate all these incidences.
President Donald Trump has delayed imposing higher tariffs on U.S. imports while sending letters to 14 countries, including Japan and South Korea, detailing the levies they face. The latest development comes as a 90-day pause the White House placed on some of its aggressive import taxes was set to expire this week. The president renewed his threat on 25% tax on products entering the country from Japan and South Korea and shared a bunch of other letters to world leaders warning of levies from 1st of August.
Tariff rates, do they change on July 9th or August 1st?
They're going to be tariffs. The tariffs are going to be the tariffs. I think we'll have most countries done by July 9th. Yeah. Either a letter or a deal.
But they go into effect on August 1st.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
It is now 6 minutes past 8 o'clock. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and I'm with Patricia Wayua. In studio, we have the ODM Communications Director, that is Philip Etale. And we were just having conversations around the protests that have rocked this country for the last couple of months. But also we got into the issue that is a broad-based government. And the question that Patricia actually was asking is the deliverables and what so far has happened and whether we're heading in the right direction. And we left off Philip talking about the IBC and the issues especially surrounding that one. And of course, people like Kalonzo Musyoka did come up and say that things are not necessarily okay in that particular sector. But just to let you continue with your conversation, maybe you can just pick up and then we can continue from there.
Yeah, thank you. The IBC has been a thorn in the flesh in this country for a long time, because we've had individuals who go there in the name of commissioners, not to carry the aspirations of Kenyans, but the wishes of a few individuals. And the reason why we were pushing for reforms in the IBC was to have an IBC that would one day, and for the first time in the history of the Republic, and I would remember the only time that we had a very credible election was in 2002. I think I was 21 years old.
Right.
And we had very peaceful election, credible and above board election. Mm-hmm. Now, we want a commission that would have the vote as counted be announced, not the vote announced by the people who count it. There's a difference. Mm-hmm. The vote, because after the Kriegler issue, they said that it was agreed in principle that the results of election should be declared and announced at the polling station. And that is what should, and I believe going forward, should be the case. But now, we have a commission where commissioners are at cross purposes. They don't agree on issues. You have a divided commission. In a matter as as a weighty matter like the election. We want a commission where commissioners will sit down and agree uniformly and say, in the interest of the Republic of Kenya and in the interest of the stability of the nation and in the interest of the people who woke up very early in the morning to brave the cold weather and vote, let us declare the result that has been decided by the people of Kenya, not the result that has been decided by a few individuals amongst ourselves.
Right.
So that's why we want reforms in the IBC. First, we are pushing for a total overhaul of the IBC, the Secretariat, the Commission. We have new people because, infiltration is also something that is to worry about. We cannot have an institution that thinks, where people think about their stomachs and not about the stomachs of the millions of Kenyans who pay taxes to have them in office. So this commission, if we have to have a credible election, first we must agree that the commissioners who are going to assume office will be above board, incorruptible, people who cannot be manipulated, and people who will have a mind that will be for the people of Kenya and the Republic of Kenya. We need a credible institution that will hold free and fair elections.
The current commission, the one that is led by Ethekon, a lot of questions have been raised about it, and I know it doesn't matter.
He has not assumed office yet.
Yes. But the point is, people already have issues with the way it's constituted, even before they assume office. So now, how do we move on from that in case in 2027, anyone, including myself, in case I want to vie for presidency, and I lose and I have questions and I bring up these issues that were being brought in 2025. How do we move on from that? Because it's not like everyone is perfect, and we know that for a fact. Chebukati wasn't perfect, Kivuitu wasn't perfect, and everyone else who's been there has not been perfect. But knowing what we know right now, and then come 2027, how will we deal with that?
In the present situation that we are in as a nation, anybody who is appointed to any public office has a questionable character. Even me, if I was appointed today, people will poke holes. Even yourself, Mr. Mbovi.
Right.
People will start saying, no, this one has been favored by so-and-so. We are a tribal country. First, we must detribalize this country. We must detribalize our thinking and have Kenya first. Because if we continue procrastinating on matters like the constitution of IBC, then we may end up not having an election in 2027. And the noise will continue. So what I think, yes?
From where you sit, are you okay with the constitution of the IEBs right now?
Nothing is perfect. Even our constitution is not 100% perfect. But what I would say is, and my suggestion is, as Kenyans, let's just allow these people to assume office, then pile pressure on them to do the right thing for the country.
Okay. Okay, I think that is quite okay. Well, somebody is asking from here, because we are matters IBC. Kuna mtu anauliza hapa, je, Raila Odinga atakuwa anaendea uraisi tena 2027?
That's not something we can discuss today, because 2027 is very far. 2.5 years from now. No, it's not the time to talk about that. Let's talk about the unit of the country. Let's fix the country first, then other things will fall into play.
Now somebody is asking, because we are saying, okay, you're saying 2.5 years is quite far. Well, while we are seeing already campaigns all over.
The problem with our country is that we are always in election mode. The moment somebody takes oath of office and puts down the Holy Bible, the Holy Quran, the next day we start campaign. Let's borrow from our neighbors like Tanzania. Do you know, I just realized that Tanzania are going into the polls 2 months from now. And for the last 4 years, they have been doing their thing. The country has been running. There have not been any political rallies until early this year, when you started hearing Wakina Tundu Lissu being arrested, which is not good anyway. We need to ensure that democracy is exercised and practiced across board. But in Kenya, a campaign started immediately. President Ruto took oath of office and assumed office. Campaign started. Kenya is always in electioneering mode. When shall we change this and have this country? Because we have to fix this country as a people of Kenya. Both generations, the older generation, our generation, and the generations to come.
Right.
We need to fix this country. Let's have a country that can work, where somebody will assume office, be given time to implement their manifesto. Then after, towards the evening of the term, we start the campaigns, as the constitution says. Like unapata, we are always in campaign mode, putting Kenyans into campaign extravaganzas, rallies, town hall meetings. Can we have meaningful meetings? I shudder to say we are not a focused people. We have to get focused so that we can have this country move forward.
All right, Philip. There's we had issues before this whole broad-based government thing. Ever since the broad-based government came into formation and we got these new ministers into government, what would you say that the broad-based government has achieved that wasn't achieved thereof before the new dispensation? For instance, you mentioned the finance bill of 2025 was way better than the one that we had last year. What else would you pick out and say, since we joined government as ODM, we have also been able to achieve this and this and this that perhaps wouldn't have been achieved if we weren't there?
We have not joined government, that one I would say.
But it is the broad-based government. So you have joined and formed a broad-based government. As far as Kenyans are concerned, Raila is in government.
He is not.
All right.
It's just a few people who joined government to help try to fix the mess that was there.
Okay.
And they're doing pretty well. I would say in the Ministry of, in the National Treasury, I would say the Honorable Mbadi has performed pretty well. And majority of Kenyans, I remember during pre-budget debates, he elucidated the budget, broke it down to the people through town hall meetings, and that's why there was no hue and cry. The Honorable Joho in the Ministry of Mining, he's doing a good job. The Honorable, I'm talking about the experts, All right.
Okay.
The Honorable Opio and I in the Ministry of Energy, he's always moving across the country. In fact, yesterday he was in Machakos town, where he launched the last minute, it's called the last mile. Connectivity.
Yes.
Connections in Machakos town constituency. He's doing a good job. The Honorable Paranya in the Ministry of MSME, that's why you no longer hear noise pale kwa cooperatives. Cooperatives are doing their things well because, he always visits cooperative societies across the country, sits down with members, and talks to them about the need to invest in cooperatives. We also have Madam Askul in the Ministry of East Africa and Regional Development, doing pretty a good job. You don't shout. Let the people talk for you. So I'm trying to say that a number of things have been done ever since the broad-based government came into place in September last year.
Right.
And I hope that going forward and in a unified way as a people of Kenya want, because we want to be united, going into 2027, we need to have everything fixed. A lot of things. I know not everything will be fixed, but we need to have at least 80% of the wishes and aspirations of the young people fixed. Number one, I want to see the country's youth being given opportunity, because a lot of them are complaining about unemployment. We need to have the government needs to create a conducive environment to enable the young people of Kenya get job opportunities, not just white-collar jobs, but even to start small businesses where they can make a living. We need to inspire them. We need to give them hope, make them think and hope so that they can have confidence in this country. So this is one thing that I'll keep pushing and I'll keep talking about, that the young people of Kenya have to be given the first priority. Let's have a conducive environment where they can start businesses, they can get employment opportunities. We shouldn't just be recycling people left, right, and center. Let's also consider the young people in these positions. Let's try them, because they say there's a time a young man told me, I've applied for a job and I've been told that I should have 5 years experience. Now, where will I get this experience if I'm not given opportunity to work somewhere? Let's give them opportunities to work, gain the experience so that they can work in bigger offices. And that's what we should push for.
I just want to take you back a bit. You mentioned this CSS, and I know you're not the Minister for Energy, and chances are you might not know everything about that particular ministry. But when we saw OPO taking over that particular sector, we probably thought that things were going to be exceptionally great and awesome and so on and so forth. But people are still complaining about their power bills. Nothing really has changed in that sector. We are still buying fuel at over 170 shillings. I think right now it's at 177. Nothing is really changing in that particular sector. And those are the kinds of changes Kenyans are expecting. Yes, he might be doing something else, which we probably will get to know much later on, but the immediate impact should be felt, and that is what Kenyans are expecting, because Kenyans are not experts, not all of them anyway, and they will not be able to tell that this and this and this is being done here so that this can happen, this is being tweaked here so that this can happen. Them, they expect since September, when this CS took over, my kerosene should be at this price. I fuel my car every single morning coming to work, and I'm still feeling the pinch at the pump, and so on and so forth. Whenever I have to buy tokens, I'm buying tokens at a higher rate than I used to buy 5 years ago. So those are the kinds of things that Kenyans expect, and probably that is what is making them angry, because they are still not feeling the impact. So I will still ask, is the broad-based government a blessing to Kenyans, or is there something else we should be waiting for that we shall probably get to experience? And we can mention this about even the other sectors. For example, in treasury, we can talk about why monies are not going to where they're expected to go, and if anything, kuna sehemu zingine pesa inanyongwa kama kwa walimu, inafaa kufikia huko, inafaa kufikia watoto wetu shuleni, and it's not getting there, and those are the things that Kenyans directly affect them.
You see, one thing I want to say about the fuel prices. The fuel prices are not controlled by any individual country. They're controlled. It's a worldwide thing. It's controlled by the world market. But what the government can do is to have put in place mechanisms whereby the economy grows. If we have a blooming economy, then they can be able, and the dollar depreciates, then the prices of fuel will also come down. But if we have a strong dollar against the Kenyan shilling, chances of the cost of fuel remaining where they are and just reducing by several cents or 1 shilling or 2 will continue being there. So let us have a blooming economy. How do we do it? Let us attract investors. Let us create a conducive environment for investors to come into the country so that we can have an economy that grows and the Kenyan shilling continues to grow stronger. I remember when I was a little kid back in mid-80s, 20 shillings, the reason why inaitwa pound, used to be equivalent to 1 pound of the United
British
Kingdom,
pound.
British pound. Now, the British pound is exchanging at 170 shillings. So it's no longer, 20 shillings is no longer a pound.
So 170 is now the pound.
170 is now the pound. You see. So if we can have an economy that is blooming, the British pound will come down up to around 130 or something. The dollar will come to around 125 or 120. Then the prices of commodities will start stabilizing. And that's what the economists should do. I'm not an economist, but it's just my thinking. If we can have an economy that is glowing, a blooming economy, we'll have prices of commodities coming down. But as long as the dollar is up there, you know me, sorry to say, my shirts, I wear Grosvenor. So anytime I want to buy a shirt, my supplier in the UK tells me, he's Kenyan but lives in the UK, tells me, pana shilingi, dola imeenda juu sana. So the price of one shirt, it cost heavy. So I'll say, okay. So it also affects us down here. The moment the dollar continues to be stronger than the Kenyan shilling, we'll continue having the same problem. Number two, in the Ministry of Energy, because I don't speak for the minister, but what I've seen him, I always follow, he's my friend, the Honorable Pio Andai. And he tells me, I'm trying my best to connect Kenyans to this grid. What wakuwe power, we want even in the rural areas people to have electricity connection. That is a plus. If the country is lit, also the prospects of people starting businesses pia inakuwa juu. There are people who start small businesses like making of ice creams. You cannot do ice cream bila stima. You have to have electricity. And if you connect, if we say by next year mid, we have like 60% of households in the country connected to electricity. I think a lot will happen. A lot will take place. And that's the beginning of the economy trying to go up. Lakini tukiwa in the dark like in the past, I remember when I used to be in the village when I was a little boy, tulikuwa tunatumia taa ya koroboi. Electricity was, we used to see it when you used to come to Nairobi or going to Kakamega and those areas. But now in my village in Lugari, electricity is almost in every household. Not all households have electricity in Lugari, but at least 50% we can say we have electricity. And I will say if this continues, the country will be on the right trajectory.
Well, from where you sit, there are critics who are saying that, of course, broad-based government risks diluting those bold policy reforms. From where you sit, do you think in any way that this broad-based government has affected policy reforms in our country so far?
Which policy reforms? Because, as far as I'm concerned, the ODM has always been pushing for reforms in the country.
Yes.
We have stood for strong institutions. We have stood for good governance. We have stood for democratic, opening up of democratic spaces in the country.
Yes.
So what are these institutions?
Just in general, because we feel like, for example, we've what you're saying, we have known the Honorable Raila Amolo, we have known him for pushing for these reforms, right? We have had him, of course, pushing for the end of police brutality and so forth. But now, lately, Kenyans feel like he's not loud enough, and that is now where the sense of diluting that boldness of pushing for such reforms is coming from.
It shouldn't just be the Honorable Raila Odinga to do the pushing alone. He also has lieutenants in the party. There's the SG of the party, the Honorable Edwin Sifuna, who is doing pretty good job in trying to put government to checks.
To check, yeah.
We also have other politicians. We have Honorable Millie Odhiambo. We have Ledama Olekina. We have quite a number of legislators trying to do this. And they are pushing it from within the precincts of where they sit. and they're doing it pretty well. And as a party, we are happy with what they're doing. So it shouldn't just be Honorable Raila Odinga coming out every time to speak about these things. He also has to give room to other upcoming politicians within the party to do the same and continue with what he's doing.
Okay.
Yes.
That is well put. Well, there's a study here that shows that a majority of youth want leadership change in the country. This is a study by Geopol. Which says that 42% of the respondents cited leadership change, followed by calls for youth empowerment and employment, which was at 13%, and a tackling of corruption at 12%. What do you have to say about that?
I'll say this is a good push.
Yes.
And I'll tell the Kenyan youth not to capitulate on their push for good governance and change. They should continue doing it because, we need to have a vibrant youth movement that can give confidence to the younger generations. But, we have to do it in a humane way, in a disciplined manner. Let's push for change using the right procedures and avenues that are provided for in the Constitution. Because I want to tell the Kenyan youth, you have the chance to make Kenya great, but do it in the right way. Don't allow people to manipulate you. Don't allow people to coerce you, to intimidate you and invite you into causing violence. Juzi, I saw somebody say, a young man who is barely 22, ati sisi wacha tuende tukufe. So if you die, what happens? You have to live to benefit from what you're fighting for. Don't go on the streets with the hope of dying. Another one was saying that we'll have breakfast kwa nyumba, lunch tukule State House, supper mbinguni. Don't despair. That is living in a life that is not true to yourself.
But wait a minute. Why do you think the youths are despairing? And they have done a protest, wamefanya protest, wanatembea huko kwa streets. They are pushing for something and they have said it clearly what they are pushing for. Why do you think they are reaching at that point whereby they are just giving up?
As I said, the youth have the chance to make right what is wrong. Let them just be pragmatic. Let them come out and show what they can do to have a meaningful change in the country. But if you despair, if you start losing hope and you want to die, I want to have supper in heaven, that is not the right way. Make sure you want to have supper with the people that you live with at the right time and in the right way. So if you do it in a right way, and you have to have Kenya that is mature. We are still a developing country.
Yes.
So if the youth can help us push for meaningful change and using the right avenues as provided for in the Constitution, so be it. But don't lose hope in life. This country needs you more than you need it. It needs you.
There have been claims of state-sponsored goons. From where you sit, those are just their claims, yeah, and especially infiltrating the maandamano yenye tunaona huku town. So Kenyans are worried, and of course, even us here. Personally, I'm worried because we are looking at countries whereby goons have taken over controls of countries. A good example being Haiti. So, what do you have to say, or what is the position of ODM? In terms of goons, and who are sponsoring these goons, maybe?
I'll not speak for the party on this, but I'll say, as a Kenyan, if there's anybody in government sponsoring goons, in quotes, to go and disrupt peaceful demonstrations, then I think that is not the right way to do it. We have to allow these demonstrators to picket as the law provides. Let them do their thing, but within the provisions of the law and the Constitution. When I look at the country today, looking at people, young people, raiding apartments and robbing people. You don't know what happens in those houses. You know, there are nannies in those houses.
Yes.
There are housewives in those houses. There are children in those houses. I think the country, very soon, if this is not addressed, we are going to lose our country. And we shouldn't lose it, because we'll not have somewhere to sit like we're having this conversation.
Sure.
If we lose our country today, let us have peaceful demonstrations, and people should respect other people's property.
Yeah.
If they are goons, let them stop. If there's anybody sponsoring goons, let that person or people stop doing that, so that we can have a country that has people who will respect each other.
Okay.
Raila Amolo Odinga has come out several times trying to do I say kutetea serikali? For instance, he came out to say that CS Murkomen has apologized, and people probably took his sentiments out of context when he said that it is okay to shoot people who are attacking police stations. It feels like he's trying to I wouldn't say speak for the government, because he's not a government spokesperson, but is that by design? Because I believe the government has got its own mechanisms to address these kinds of issues. Anyone would have spoken on behalf of Murkomen, or at least try to explain what Murkomen meant, but we are seeing this instance, Baba coming out to do it. Why does Baba feel the need to speak and say this is what Murkomen meant, and yet anyone else could have done it?
You know, we are in whimsical times, huh? And you know what Baba said yesterday. I was there at the press conference. He said, you know, when the CS for Interior and National Administration made that remark somewhere in Kikuyu, I think it was in Kikuyu, yeah? That yeyote anayekuja kwa police station pige risasi. The first person to condemn that was Raila Amolo Odinga. I remember he did it in Bondo.
Yes.
During the ceremony for Mama Aida being consecrated as into the clergy. And he said it clearly that what the CS has said is shameful and it should be condemned by everyone. So when he demanded that he should apologize to Kenyans, the CS retracted the words, and again he called Raila Amolo Odinga and told him, sir, what I said was a slip of the tongue, I'm sorry. That is what the Honorable Raila Odinga said yesterday. It's not that he was apologizing to him so that he can defend him. He was apologizing to him because when Raila Odinga speaks, he has a constituency behind him.
Right.
And you know, when this constituency hears what Baba says, wanasema, waziri amekosa. And they will not respect him. So calling Baba to apologize, to say, I'm sorry, this was a slip of the tongue. Baba is an elder. And is a man who has wisdom. So what he said yesterday was, he called and apologized, and that's okay. That order is no longer applicable.
Right.
It can't work. It can't work in a country like Kenya. This is not a police state. It can never be a police state, and it will never be.
All right. Thank you so much for clarifying that one.
Yes.
Moving forward, ODM's role in the opposition also seems to have been, like my sister here said earlier on, to have been diluted. We have a few couple of individuals, and you rightly mentioned Sifuna, who are very vocal and speaking out against what they feel is the government is doing, to its own people. So in terms of the future of ODM, with or without Baba, what are we looking at? Because now we have seen certain elements from ODM in government, and you mentioned a couple of those CSs, but what is the future of ODM as far as the politics of this country is concerned?
First, ODM is a political party. It's an independent political party with its policies and ideology. ODM is not about an individual.
But at this point,
when you say
you cannot separate Baba from ODM and ODM from Baba.
Baba is the party leader of ODM. He's also a member of the ODM.
All right.
He's member number 002 of the ODM.
Or who's number one?
Number one is, you'll be surprised. Member number one of ODM is Honorable William Ruto.
Okay, interesting. That was a surprise. Okay, so member number 002,
Yes.
Baba. We cannot separate right now Baba from ODM. And literally, I don't think anyone in this country would envision ODM without
First,
Baba.
I want to clarify. You know, in the party, membership is never retired. Even if somebody leaves the party,
Yes.
that membership number remains as is.
Okay.
So, number one, ni huyo, President Ruto. Number two, Raila. Number three was, I think, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. Number four, Najib Balala.
Right.
Going that way, the late Joe Nyaga. And the number,
Continues.
the list continues.
Yes, yes.
So, the ODM party stands for a stronger democracy. Number two, the ODM party stands for equitable distribution of resources. That's why we are always on the forefront, championing for the strengthening of devolved units. Let's have enough funds into these counties so that they can be able to serve the people with ease. Number three, we stand for equity, that everybody has an equal opportunity to any position, be it a man, be it a woman, be it a marginalized person, be it a person living with disability. We all have equal opportunities. Number four, we stand for the upholding of the rule of law. We must be respecters of the rule of law.
Right.
We must respect the provisions of the Constitution and the law of the country. We stand for so many things. We stand for a healthy nation, that we must have universal health provision to Kenyans. Health care must be affordable. We stand for free education, that every child deserves education. An educated nation is a developed nation. If we have zombies in the country, then that country will not be a country anymore. We have to have every child going to school, get every opportunity to sit in a decent classroom and get an education. We stand for all that, and we continue doing that. And, you know, talking about ODM after Baba, Baba is still there. He's the party leader. But we have other leaders in the party.
So if today Baba retires and says, mimi hata hii maneno ya broad-based musinipigie simu, Murkomen kusema kitu musiniambie, mimi nimeenda Bondo, let me just go and chill. If we get to that point and he has gone home, he's amenawa mikono. What is the future of the I want to call it a club, of the party? Because we have seen that every direction that ODM has taken, it is because Raila Amolo Odinga has steered it in that direction.
We have leaders in the party.
Okay.
Very strong leaders, strong personalities. And I would say the ODM party will rise. If Baba calls it quit in politics, ODM still has people who can steer the party to greater heights.
Okay, that's
strong people.
Okay, that's quite.
He has molded people in the party.
Yes,
sure.
He has nurtured people in the party.
I mean, we have seen
he has given them opportunities.
Yes.
They can still run the party, and they will run it.
We have seen also within the ranks some dissenting voices, like Babu Owino, for instance,
the party
has been very vocal on issues that touch on the citizen, and the direction ODM has taken. He's probably not okay with it. He doesn't align with it, at least from our perspective. So is that part? Is that like? Is it by design, or are we looking at a situation whereby ODM can even split like it did a while back when Kalonzo also decided to go his own direction, and many other people in the party?
What is the meaning of ODM? It's
Orange Democratic Movement.
The D in ODM allows every member of the party to have the freedom of speech, to have the freedom of thought, and say whatever they want. It's a democratic party.
Okay.
That's why you've not had anybody reprimanding the Honorable Babu Owino when he says that, because it is his democratic right.
But ODM
and
in the
within
past,
space of democracy to
ODM in the past
Sometimes,
has actually
but-
reprimanded individuals. For example, Langata MP Jalas, kuna wakati tuliona anakuja kwa mkutano anafungiwa asikubaliwe kuingia, and especially at the beginning of his term when he started getting cozy with Kenya Kwanza government.
That time, there's a difference, and the law is very clear. The Political Parties Act of 2015.
Right.
That Article 14 of the Political Parties Act says any member of the party publicly declaring that he or she has joined or associates with another political party is deemed to have quit the mother party. It is in law. And at that time, Babu Owino has not said he has joined any other party. Sijasikia amejoin sisi kwa sisi, mimi kwa mimi. He is speaking within ODM.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Jalango, you haven't mentioned that one?
The
case of Jalango.
The case of Jalango.
Yeah, he had at that time he was publicly declaring that he's associating with another party, UDA.
All right.
That and at that time kukawa na furukusheni hapa na pale, because that was against the law. It is still against the law.
Okay.
Until there's a formal arrangement, that's when we can say this can work.
All right. But the funny thing is, right now the entire ODM
is
iko na fukusheni na UDA.
Yes.
Anyway,
and
you were saying something.
And again, also I wanted to challenge that part of democracy and equity. Yeah, in the kwa chama. We have seen so many aspirants coming out, especially on the grassroots elections, coming out and saying there's a lot of favorism in ODM. Iyo nayo utasemaje?
You see,
yes,
ODM has never had sacred cows. We had our grassroots elections. Late last year we had polling stations. Early this year we had ward, which is a sub-branch, and the branch, which is a constituency. And surprisingly, because the election was very peaceful and it was held in a manner that shocked many, hakukuwa na any hue and cry, the media did not report about it, because they've always waited for chaos, watu wameshikiana panga, shouting at each other, commotion, so that they can report that there was chaos during party elections. This time around, we said we are going to do it, and the ODM members have come of age. They've said enough is enough. We need to hold our party elections in a peaceful atmosphere. Whoever wins, we support each other. And that's what happened. That's why you've not had any keleles up to now. And that is the democracy we want to grow in the ODM party.
Okay.
Okay. That is the democracy
we
want.
I'm just laughing at the fact that every now and then when they do the grassroots elections,
yes,
we have people coming out and spilling out the bins and saying that tulikuwa tunatakiwa tufanye elections, but tunaona kuna watu ambao wanapendelewa, kuna watu ambao wameketi chini wakazungumza kwamba huyu ndiye achukue. Unaona, so these are some of the claims that we usually receive every now and then, but they said imekuwa peaceful. It's quite okay.
Many people will have the fallen that the ODM party has held very peaceful elections. Sasa nini, mbona kukuwa na vita? You see, and that's why we are happy it went as it did.
Yes,
we are focusing on county elections.
Right.
Then we go to the national office elections, which should be held sometime this year, later this year. So we are focused. Let's build up, but we want to maintain our identity as ODM, even if we join any coalition like we've done in the past. The ODM name and colors must continue shining.
A lot of people have said that ODM has been synonymous with hooliganism and gangs and so on and so forth, especially Men in Black. I'm sure you've heard that in previous times. Whenever ODM wanapatana, kuna kwa tuna watu wanatokezea wanafanya mambo. Even some of your members, for example, Robert Alai, who's an MCA in Nairobi, has been associated once or twice with just causing chaos, whether in public gatherings or even in people's private residences. What would you have to say about that? Because it is out there, it is painting ODM in a negative way, and it's obviously something that needs to be discussed. What would you say about this whole issue of hooliganism within the ODM outfit?
First I want to tell you, let us stop personalizing these issues. And it is bad in law to mention people's names who cannot defend themselves. So I will not mention the Honorable Lai like you've done, because he's a honorable member of our party and an MC elected on ODM party.
All right.
Number two, I'll say, yesterday in Nyeri, the hooligans who are there causing mayhem and chaos, are they ODM? No. Let us not try to tag or make a political party look bad because of past incidences. In any democracy and a party that is strong and popular, there must be dissenting voices. Watu wapige makelele. People have to stand up to each other. That shows the strength of the party, that this party is very strong. ODM, are
you saying it's okay to...
You see, I'm not saying it's okay to
be violent,
to cause chaos, but difference in opinion. I'm not saying that's violence. I'm saying difference in opinion shows the maturity and the strength of the party. If the party does not have a huge following, then people will not start differing. Hatutakosana. Why would you differ on a small party because of a small party? We can differ because this party is big. It's big. And ODM is a movement. It's not just a political party, it's a movement. And I would say, when you see people exchanging ideas in a different way, I'll not say fighting, exchanging ideas in a different way, that shows there is democracy in that party. And democracy, people have to fight for it. You have to fight for your space.
Exchanging ideas in a different way.
Well, by the way, we've been having chaos in the protests that we've been having. Of course, Kenyans, there's something they are agitating for, and specifically the governance, the leadership, like you've heard on this poll. Then the question is, because yesterday we had a guest there, Dr.
Fred Ogola.
Yes, who said...
Dr.
Fred Ogola.
Fred.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Professor.
Yes, yesterday, because we do not want to continue with the chaotic mandamano, the protest. We do not want to lose more lives as we go forward. But now, the issue is, because we want to hold these leaders responsible, accountable, and so forth, we were asking, is there another option that Kenyans have? Apart from going to the streets, do we have another option of,
Professor Ogola is a friend of mine, and I would like to fault him for one thing. He uses his space. The social media has allowed us to do anything and everything without checks and balances, to incite people. When you go on TikTok and start telling people, occupy, you see, that's not the way to go. As a professor and the man that I respect a lot, he ought to be able to guide the youth. He's not youth. He's not within the Gen Z bracket. Neither am I. But we can guide these Gen Zs by giving them good words of wisdom. Tunawambia, when you want to picket, when you want to call for change, do it in this manner. But don't incite the youth to go and cause chaos. Because, when you tell the youth, occupy, they will come with that mindset.
Yes.
That tunaenda ku occupy state house. A young man will not think. Like when you are driving in the estate and you find kids playing, you don't honk. You just wait for them to clear, because wataona gari wataanza tu kucheza. Hawatashtuka. Watacheza, wanaendesha baiskeli. So just let them ease out and then drive in. So these young people need to be guided. And for those of us, I'm 45 years old. I have a Gen Z. My firstborn son is now 21. And I'm happy. I always talk to him. I always tell him, my son, look here. Mimi, this is what my father used to tell me. And I want to share the same with you. And he listens.
Okay.
So let us also talk to these young people. Tell them, one day you'll become the leader of this nation. Would you want what is happening today to be done to you? No. Guide them appropriately.
Well, not on the side of incitement. Actually, there's something that he said which is interesting here about a transition government. Like, a transition government. Like, instead of shouting, Ruto must go, there is a way of doing it. And he suggested, he said a transition government whereby maybe we can, people sit down and agree. Like, now, give us back these 2.5 years that are remaining. You continue being paid, but allow people to have another leadership on board. What is your take on that?
You see, why would you have a transition government when you have a democratic tool to get into power? You have a democratic space. You have a chance to go to the polls in 2027 during the election and seek for that office. So when somebody is elected into office, give them that time. Let them do their thing. After the period of 5 years, let Kenyans decide what they want to do within that election and whom they want. So talking about transition government, that is a defeatist thinking. It's people who have now despaired that maybe we are going to lose in 2027. Let's have this back door to get into power. No.
Okay.
Let us have a democratic way of doing things so that Kenya can continue to grow.
Okay, we have seen leaders being impeached, like we saw the former deputy president being impeached. We have also seen governors being impeached by MCAs and so forth. The other day, there's a bill that is being pushed to amend the procedures and the process of recalling MPs and even MCAs. What if we can be able to recall these people, we can be able to impeach people? Why not that other position? Just a question.
Yeah, you see, the law provides for Kenyans or electorate to recall their members of parliament.
Yeah.
They can recall the MCA. They can recall the woman rep, the senator. But at the executive, I think that's where there's that problem. There's no law that provides for the recall of the executive, the president. It's not like in South Africa. There are democracies like South Africa where the president is accountable to the party.
Okay.
That the party can now decide, hapa to this man, atupeleke vizuri, we need to recall him. Like what happened during President Thabo Mbeki's time, when there was push and pull in South Africa that time, the ANC party decided to recall him. Same to President, the person who succeeded him, President Jacob Zuma, he was also recalled. So Kenya is not like South Africa. Kenya is a sovereign state where people exercise their sovereign power by going to the ballot and elect the president and give them a term of 5 years as provided for in the constitution. So there's no provision for the recall of the president. How would you recall the president? You can't in a country like Kenya. South Africa, the political party structure, when the country elects a political party, then the party leader becomes the president. In Kenya, the people elect an individual.
Yes, not a party. Yes,
not a party.
All right. Okay. Yes. So we have like 2 minutes before we exit. First of all, thank you so much for coming. But final words. You've said a couple of things about the Gen Zs, but I would like you to address the people who are currently hurting and are currently looking at ODM as a traitor. What would you tell these particular individuals? You being the director of communications of ODM, you have that responsibility to address that issue. What are you telling voters who voted in and they had so much faith in the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga?
Thank you. First, I want to say ODM has not betrayed anyone. ODM has stood with Kenyans. It has stood for Kenya, and it will continue doing that. ODM continues to fight for a just society for the men and women of this country. We continue doing that. ODM has never let anyone down. The decision by the party, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga and the party, to stand on the side of the country, a stable country, a united country, was informed by the issues I mentioned in the morning of this conversation. And I say, it is because of that that we still have a country today. And I would pray to Kenyans that you should not despair. If you want change, do it in the right way. We are a people who are put in this country by God to make this country great. It is us to build our country. This country has taken many years to be where it is, but it can take a second to bring it down. Let us not have an arched nation. Let us have a blossoming country. And lastly, as Kenyans, let us be thinkers of great thoughts and doers of great deeds.
Thank you so much, Philip.
fantastic.
That is the Director of Communications at ODM, Philip Etale. We were just talking about broad-based government and whether it's a blessing or it's a curse.
Yes.
And I wouldn't say that we have come out with a conclusive answer. All we can say is that we are waiting to see what the future holds. So asante sana for making time. Ukienda uongee na baba, mwambie bado tunataka kuja kwa Karen, nasikia kuna kwanga na mazuri. Hata si tunataka mazuri.
I want you to host him.
Yes.
In his lawn. Awapatie words of wisdom, and
For
he'll
sure.
talk to you. He'll talk to the Kenyan youth
All
Okay.
right.
about the need to have a stable country.
All right.
If you want to become a leader, you must have a stable country.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
so
for
much.
coming.
We'll be right back. Our next guest, hoping amefika, Pigbin Mawengu, akona story mingi pia in regards to governance, so do stand by for that conversation.
The old generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya National Union of Medical Laboratories Officers has condemned barbaric and senseless attack on its members working at the Kitengela Sub-County Hospital. This is after the hospital was invaded by goons during Sabasaba protest on Monday. The union has demanded the arrest and prosecution of suspects and threatened to withdraw services from health facilities if the state fails to guarantee the security of health workers while on duty. Pius Nyakundi, the Union Secretary General, condemned the incident, saying attacking a hospital is an act of self-destruction. The goons reportedly descended on the hospital and stormed into a theater where a mother was delivering through a cesarean section procedure, putting the mother and the child at risk. Orange Democratic Movement Communications Director Philip Etale has said while the grievances raised by protesters are valid, continued disobedience during demonstrations contributes to police brutality. Etale says this situation must be addressed with fairness and mutual respect. Speaking during an interview with Radio Generations on Tuesday morning, Etale acknowledged that Kenyans have genuine reasons for taking to the streets. However, he pointed out that the way some protesters conduct themselves during demonstrations has led to violent reactions from police.
In a nation like Kenya, in a delicate point that we are in, we must have respect for each other. Police officers must respect the right to life, and also the demonstrators must also realize that these are our comrades, they are our fellow human beings. Although they are armed, we need to be friendly with each other.
Opposition leader Raila Odinga has proposed a national intergenerational dialogue as part of sweeping reforms aimed at ending an ongoing youth-led protest and restoring public trust in governance. Speaking during a media address in Nairobi on Monday to mark the 35th Sabasaba Day, Raila outlined a 4-point agenda calling for police reforms, a national conclave for dialogue, renewed accountability in governance, and urgent strategies to tackle youth unemployment. He said many Kenyans, especially the youth, are demanding a government that prioritizes economic inclusion, social justice, and political freedom.
I propose an inclusive generational national conclave to hear our people across all divides and come up with irreducible reforms and changes necessary to take the country forward. I propose that the country urgently returns to the agenda of comprehensive police reform, focusing on enhancing accountability, transparency, and improving the police-to-people relationship. Your rogue police force that shoots people with impunity.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has called on Kenyans to reject violence and embrace a peaceful dialogue as means to resolve national challenges, warning that no country can grow in the midst of unrest and destruction. Speaking at Mukunguni grounds in Lamu West on Monday, Kindiki urged citizens to adopt calm and consultative approaches when raising concerns. He cautioned that incitement and disorder will only slow down the country's development. The Deputy President stressed that while every Kenyan has a right to speak out and demand accountability, such expression must be done in peaceful and constructive manner.
Kuna watu wengine ambao wanapanga vurugu, sijui maandamano na vita. Na mimi nataka niseme nchi yetu ya Kenya na warai nchi yetu ya Kenya, wananchi zote na viongozi, lazima tutafute njia za kutatua shida zetu za kitaifa kwa njia ya mazungumzo na njia ya amani. Haitawezekana kujenga nchi yetu kupitia vita na vurugu na kuhatarisha amani na umoja na usalama wa kitaifa. I plead with you, fellow countrymen, we cannot build this country through chaos.
US President Donald Trump has said he thinks talks to end the war in Gaza have been going along very well. This comes as he hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington, D.C. Trump also expressed confidence that Hamas was willing to end the 21-month conflict. The meeting came after the latest rounds of indirect ceasefire talks between Israeli and Hamas in Qatar ended within a breakthrough, though negotiations were expected to continue this week. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation.
Tuzungumze kwa hekima na heshima, tutulize nafsi, tupeane busara, tuwe na mazungumzo ya kujenga, tuelewane mimi na wewe, tusipoziba ufa tutajenga ukuta.
This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. This is the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mangala Mbuvi. We are on 88.8 in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and of course, Garissa. By the way, kuna watu wanaenda Garissa.
Yes.
Yeah, our colleague Bran Odor and many others, they're heading to Garissa. Yeah, I think today he'll be in the office to do his mid-morning show. But from tomorrow, he'll be doing that show from
Garissa.
Yes.
Yes. So people from Garissa, mjue tunakuja na tunakwam. tuna com. Is it
kuom?
Yeah, tuna com.
That is sheng for Nairobi.
Okay, not sheng for Mombasa.
Mombasa tusema tu twasija.
Of course, you know Mombasa pia, we are coming to Mombasa also.
Right.
90.7 watu wa Mombasa pia watutarajie soon.
Yes.
We are coming over there.
Yes.
And of course najua Mombasa ni kuzuri sana. When you go there, I know you wouldn't want to come back to Nairobi. Yes.
How sure are you? I've been to Mombasa so many times.
I know. You know, this one tutaenda tukae karibu wiki mzima na kaka najua. Kule ni kuzuri.
Naam. All right, so we want to start our this other part of the conversation this particular morning. But before we introduce our guests, just to recap on what we spoke in the last hour, you can check it out on our YouTube channel in case you missed that conversation with Philip Etale. He's the communications director for ODM. And he has said so much that personally I've picked up in terms of even the mindset of ODM as a party and the mindset of Baba as the enigma that people say that he is. But we also privy to the fact that kuna watu wengi sana, they're not necessarily feeling this whole broad-based government. Yeah, so as soon as we start having honest conversations in this country, we shall definitely...
That is where we're going to get the solution.
Move forward. Yes. My name is Mongala Mbuvi, and this is the home of Hard Truths, the People's Breakfast, basically, where we have some very awesome conversations. I'm with Patricia, but joining us right now is none other than Pigbin Odimwengu. He's a Pan-Africanist, and I want to understand, first of all, this name Pigbin, because the last time I checked, Pigbin is a language in Nigeria. Maybe he'll tell us more about that. But welcome to the show, Pigbin.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Karibu tena sana.
Yes.
Napenda hiyo kofia yako.
Thank you.
Kofia yako inasimamia nini? Because naona kuna emblem hapa juu.
That's an RBG color, red, and we have the green and the black. That's a Pan-African color.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it's all our struggle about our blood struggle as African in the red, our identity as the black people, and the wealth we have as Africans.
Yes.
And that's what we represent in the RBG color.
Right. For those who probably have heard this name so many times but don't understand, what does being Pan-African mean? Or who is a Pan-African?
No, you see, being Pan-African, and this has been a conversation across the globe for some time, but the concept of Pan-Africanism was coiled either prior to 1900 Pan-African Conference, the first one by Sylvester, but also was picked up strongly by Marcus Garvey. But Marcus Garvey was using it Pan-African, he was using it the name of for or pro-Africa. And the aspect that anything you do, you must do it back for Africa. And they were ready even to come back to Africa.
All the way from the Caribbean.
Yeah, but now you see we have various categories of people who also think about that line of being for Africans. And being for Africa is being for yourself, being for your black people, being for your community. And that's why we have people who take either liberal approach to this, there are people that take a conservative approach to this, but there are people who take radical measures to this. Like if you see people who are ready to come back, they are ready to repatriate, they are ready to demand for restitution, they are ready to demand for good governance. Those are people who take very radical approach towards enhancing Pan-Africanism. And Pan-Africanism is about the welfare of everybody in every country. So if your fellow brother, if your fellow black or sister is suffering, then you are a fellow black who don't see that, then you are not a Pan-African. You don't have that spirit. And some people now have coined it what you call Ubuntu spirit. You don't have that spirit of my heart in you that makes you feel that I am because you are. So that's all about Pan-Africanism.
You know, I'm looking at him and he's quite young. Yeah, quite young. Akiongea maswala ya Pan-Africanism and like we saw the people, watu ambao tunajua kwenye mstari wa mbele ni kama kina PLO. Those are people wenye tunajua
wazee wako na nywele za white.
What really pushed you into that?
No, I've been, of course, in various conferences, speakers apart, alongside PLO Lumumba is my good friend in the Pan-African space. We push this Pan-Africans with the likes of our Bishop Maponga, Rikana Chombora, and so many other, Dr. Ouma. So we push Pan-Africanism to Suma. But I started Pan-Africanism actively after the 2022 election. I know I was an aspirant in the 2022 election. In the team of 57 aspirants. I was actually the youngest, but I didn't make it to the ballot.
Which position were you vying for?
I was going for presidency in 2022 in that list of the presidential
Were you
aspirants.
on the ballot?
In this country?
Yeah, in this country in 2022.
Okay.
We were in the team of 57. I made it up to almost the tail end list because we were left around 16 of us. And then it was like an act that Chebukati brought in to ensure that he sieved everything to where he wanted it to be.
Okay.
And that's why we had the 4 candidates on the ballot. But I started actively by engaging in some of the works or the books and the writings of Pan-Africanism, like The Miseducation of the Negro, Thomas Sankara Speaks. I went extra mile to read more to understand what is Pan-Africanism. To so many books now, even to an extent that I run a virtual Pan-African library where we share text written by Pan-Africans. We have so far 7,800 texts, soft copy texts written by Pan-African about African or Pan-Africanism. But I've also engaged in much of coordinating a philosophical class by Kwame Nkrumah in his philosophy and ideology called consciousness, which is based on what he call, we have two main other philosophies. We have those who are idealists and those who are materialists. So Nkrumah's philosophy is based on materialism, which take care of your material well-being as much as you have your spiritual fulfillment, but your material being and even your spiritual fulfillment is in your material being. So if I don't care about what you eat, how you survive and how you live, I'll not care about telling you how do I take you to heaven. So those are where the philosophies and ideology based on, but you push that to an extent that I'm almost working on finishing the political party in Kenya. Yeah, so this time around I might be on the ballot again for presidency with a political party, not as an independent candidate like in 2022.
All right.
So that's where we moved.
2002 you were just independent.
I was an independent presidential aspirant.
Well, I'm just interested to understand what are some of the manifestos. What did you want to do for Kenyans?
No, you see, my interest as a young person coming to this space, you see, one thing is that from an understanding that the leadership has lowered the standard of that leadership. Because when you find that everybody can actually fit your shoe, what does that mean? It means you've made it very low standard so that everyone feel that I can do what you're doing. So we have leadership that has been recycling what you call manifestos for almost 60 years. Ni ufukara, sijini maskini. For 60 years we've been going through the same thing. So my interest as a young person is that why don't you just have a framework to finish this? Because if you look at the constitution, we gave ourselves the Kenya we want. If you look at the Bill of Rights, we gave ourselves the Kenya we want. You free from hunger, healthcare, roads, and whatever. And what has been lacking all along is the framework to implement that constitution, not a manifesto. Not telling us, I want to build the road where the constitution has given us the road. It talks about adequate, in fact, it talks about adequate, not even affordable housing, adequate housing and accessible, which means we must have roads. So how do we come up with a framework to ensure that we balance our budgeting and our revenue to just implement what the constitution says? So my interest was not even to say, I want to build what, is to work on a framework on how do we divide our revenue to ensure that at least we implement the basics that are right. But you see, things like education and healthcare, in the constitution they're rights. But when you make them private, it doesn't become a right, it's a privilege to those who can afford it. And that's the difference. And we've been running that, and that's why this current leadership cannot do that, because they benefit from that privilege. They are the owners of those private and whatever. Instead of providing it, they're now the providers in the private sector. So that is what is missing, and that's where we should go. Because for us to have an equal society, things like education, healthcare, road, water should be just a basic access. So then you can say, okay, we are in an equal society. So let's talk about things like either airport, whatever you want to talk about, as long as we have the basics. And this basic has been missing for 60 years, which means the political class, both the past and the current political class, is not interested to actually implement this. And the question comes then, why? And realize that they're the beneficiaries of the private services we're having.
The biggest problem with that probably would be how to collect the money so that you can be able to implement all those things you're saying, the roads, the water, the healthcare, the education, The only thing that would stop you from achieving all that, and that is what the current government is also complaining about, is a lack of funds. So in your opinion, assuming today you are the president, or even, let's even advise the current president, what can President Ruto right now do to ensure that he is able to achieve all those things with the constitution, that because you've said it's in the constitution and we're able to achieve that without necessarily all this pomp and color of manifestos? What can President Ruto do today to ensure that he has achieved these things?
Now, it's been proven beyond some records now with the Sahel and Burkina Faso and the likes of Traore that if you nationalize your resources, the biggest thing we have is we have resources. And those resources are exploited cheaply. Look, for example, the tea farms we've been giving these multinational companies in Kericho and whatever part. They pay the tea pluckers almost 10 shillings per kilogram. But when you go to auction and when you go out there, 1 kilogram goes to almost 400 shillings. So before even you go extra mile, why don't you first of all take control of your resources and ensure that you put the demand and the price for it? And that's what the SAIL has done. They simply say, okay, we are not stopping trading with you, but you're taking responsibility of our resources and you're giving you the terms. Because everybody's interested in this. Take that alone and you'll be able to generate revenues you want. But also with the revenue you have today, how do you balance that? Because you cannot tell me in a country that collects almost 9 or 0.8 trillion budget can still not supply what is the basics. Because if you look at the development in terms of even if you spread the development, you realize that you have a recurrent expenditure going almost to 60%. Leave alone their salary, because their salary is forming less than 1%. Of course, as much as we complain of the salaries political class, but if you do the total calculation of that salary, equivalent to the total budgeting is less than 1%. But even that one we need to also to reduce, because we need to have politics that is driven by purpose rather than by investment. Because today somebody will want to be a member of parliament and will spend a lot of money because you're going to get 600,000 or 700,000 and you have 100 million for the CDF and the rest. If we ensure that we depopularize those political positions, we can have people interested to do representation, oversight and legislation. But beyond that, just balance one is 2.8. 2.8 is a lot of money, even if you have to balance it for development. I was doing just my simple calculation. If you are to put around 500 billion per each ward, maybe 100 for school, 100 for hospital annually, you'll be having a budget close to 800 billion annually just for development on those 5 key projects across the country. Each ward will get a development without saying sisi tuko kwa serikali, tulienda kuomba serikali, siji we are broad based, siji we are outside and the rest of the things. The country can develop actually in a systematic way equally. Mtu mwenye Turkana amejua in this year there's a 100 million coming for my, either if it's a dispensary in my village I can access health care, and you can do that 5 times in every year. You have something. So we just only need to reorganize our expenditure, not even borrowing. Reorganize what you have and you can ensure that you achieve what you need.
Former President Uhuru Kenyatta did mention that there was so much corruption in his government that he didn't know what to do about it. He also mentioned that 2 billion Kenya shillings was disappearing daily from his government, and he admitted it, and he was like, mnataka mimi nifanye nini? So if today you are the same president during President Uhuru's time, what would you do? You know what, even just right now, assuming you're the president right now, because we know corruption is a big issue in this country, and that's why partly people are in the streets demonstrating. What would you do about corruption? Let's not forget that corruption in this country is actually maintained and controlled by cartels. There are people put in place to ensure that 2 billion shillings disappears daily.
No, it's very simple. Because you see, if you're head of a house and you've realized that there's even 2 billion disappearing from somewhere, which means you have the information. You know how it disappears. To a level that you agree is 2 billion, you know where and how. Now, as a president, irrespective of whether he's a county commissioner stealing money from somewhere or whether he's a director of a department, they are under your government. And as a president, you have an executive order, you have the power to ensure that everything is streamlined. Because tell me, who is above the president in all this directorship and everything else? Because the organs of the government, the arms of the government are there to serve the country. If the president is interested to serve the country and ensure that the country clean up this 2 billion mess, the judiciary cannot stop it. Because you are doing something for the purpose of the country, unless you're going contrary to what the constitution requires. See, if you have that good intention to ensure that we help clear this 2 billion, I don't think where the judiciary will tell you, no, we just want this 2 billion to continue disappearing. They will help you.
We're in a country where there's the rule of law. Unless now, what you're suggesting, we go the military way, whereby we suspend the constitution, we suspend everything else, and we say, Sasa, shika Pigbin, shika Patricia, shika Mbuvi. You know, I give an executive order niseme judiciary, this judge and this judge and this judge, kamateni ye mweke huko ndani. In parliament, shika flani these MPs, I know they are corrupt, I know they even carteling this corruption. You know, you'd need to take like some really serious drastic measures. Same way you've mentioned Traore is doing, Sankara did during his time. Because if you want to make things move, you might need to suspend the law. Is that what you're suggesting, though?
No, our constitution do not have any space for corruption. Unless you are saying that our constitution is weak enough to allow corruption.
Well, I think this is what he's saying. This is what he's saying. Most of the time, you get somebody in a corruption case, right? We know this person, sometimes that I'm gonna prove. But if you're not able to go and prove against that person, kwa court, most of the time utasikia kwamba nini evidence imekuwa akuja kuwa na evidence, some other time the proof is not enough and so forth, so that case just ends up somewhere.
Yeah, but you see,
but it is because of our constitution.
No, our constitution requires that we provide sufficient evidence. When the president says he has 2 billion that disappears, it means he has an evidence for that. And if you cannot substantiate your evidence, it's rumors. You see, that's one thing we need to talk about. Because there are factual evidence that the law deals with the data. Law is not emotions. It's not a feeling. If you can provide evidence on this and this, that's enough. The problem that comes in is the individuals that ensure that this evidence is suppressed, not the constitution. The constitution does not suppress the evidence. You go to court, maybe there's corruption, what you're talking about. So you are bribe you, then you case me 2 points. But that does not mean that the constitution allows somebody to bribe somebody so that the case go out. It's about the interest of the people and the integrity. And that's what I'm saying. Even as we are pushing this Mandamano thing, to change this system, to change this system takes a lot. It will take a lot because the whole system from down, from the MPs, from wherever, from the judiciary, some of us are in political direction. We must also be realizing that it's not only the political direction that is going to serve this country. People of good integrity must also be in the judiciary. People of good integrity, these young Gen Zs of good integrity must also be in the police department, so that we can start replacing this old order and come with people who are clean enough to do this. Because you will be the president, but the judiciary is not interested to move in the same direction. The parliament, and that's why I'm also proposing my fellow young people who are active and who know what's supposed to be done, must be in the parliament now. Because if the parliament was to act the way it should act, we ought not to have lost our life in the streets. Look at the issues that led to June 25th. It's the failure of the parliament. So if you have these people who know what should be done, they must be ready to get there. But if you are only ready to be in the street without getting there to do what is right, then you are not also honest on what we want as a country.
Right. You've just mentioned the protests and the demos. We have seen a lot happening as far as that is concerned. Every time we're going to the streets, people end up dead. Others end up being maimed. We saw yesterday what happened. Goons got into a hospital in Kitengela and disrupted a very critical procedure, a cesarean section. A mother was bringing life. Is this the way we shall continue? Because people are saying bado tutarudi kwa streets, and it's okay. It is our constitutional right to do so. But do we continue going back and dying, and then tomorrow we go and die? It will get to a point whereby we have no one to go to the streets.
We don't have a country here. Because when you are running a country in this manner, we don't have a country. And I think the president must be conscious of this. You see, when you start breed the so-called goons that walk alongside the police officers to help you enforce law, this is the same way Sudan went. This team that is today, I don't know, hosted in Kenya, the Janjaweed and the rest, that is now calling themselves RSF, they were empowered by the former president of Sudan as a militia group. But you see, sometimes when you give civilians that power enough to act the way they act in front of a police officer without any consequences, they feel that they are also the law. And over a period of time, you're breeding a gang in a society. You see? And I don't actually agree with this element of people just go to the public facilities like that and destroy it like that. You see? And this is now happening because there's a group of people who are confident enough that there's no security. And in a level whereby somebody has to hire somebody with a rungu to protect his own business, where we have a security department, is a failed system. You see? So the government must just be serious unless the government want to say that they cannot protect us as citizens. You see? And protesting and ensuring that the protest is peaceful, because even in the law, the protesters only required to inform the police officers to provide security. So even when protest goes wrong, it means there was not enough security. Because the law says that you only inform the police officer so that they can provide you security. But when there's a laxity in the system, you breed now these so-called goons, you see? And these goons are going to play two-way. One, they're injuring the business and damaging the business of citizens. Two, they're going also to make it ungovernable for this country. You see? And three, they're going to ensure that we actually forget about our real intention and what we're fighting for. And that is not right. So for anybody who is part of the protest, both the government, the security, and the protesters themselves, they must be concerned of this tendency and this trend that is coming up. And we must ask ourselves, as you're saying, is it the same direction we want to go? And are we going to achieve any serious output out of this process? Because at the end of the day, look at it now. And I'll say honestly, when we had June 25th, the 2024, we were out for an issue based. And that's why people have been trying to force us to a direction of a leadership. Who is your leader? When you know the issue, you don't need a leader. Unless you don't have a clear issue. When you know the issue and when you know the agenda and the issue becoming your leader. But over a period of time, they have been trying now to capture it to who is your leader. We are not fighting for somebody to be somewhere. We are fighting for serious issues that we want to be changing in this country, not a person to get a position or anything like that. And that's why leadership comes later. And we'll get there. Because I've seen now people coming in, nimendozewa na Gen Z, I'm the Gen Z candidate. Forget about that. I'm in the process. I'm a candidate. I'm a Gen Z. I'm 29. I'm turning 29. I'm a Gen Z. But I'm interested, first of all, to ensure that we don't move to who want to be the leader. To first of all agree on what we want. Because once we know what we want and we know where we want to move, anybody who can fit there can lead it. But we don't want to be pulled towards this direction of who is your leader, you see? And that is the problem we are having today. And we must organize ourselves as Gen Zs, because we must know that what we are fighting will take a lot of fronts.
All right, so I just want to ask then in that regard, what happens when people call for another maandamano? Will Kenyans go to the streets and die, or should we reconsider and have a different strategy? Because if today Pigeon calls for maandamano, even on Ngong Road, rest assured kuna mtu atenda tu kama amededi. Way forward.
Now you see, we've been out for issues. For example, after the June last year, there was a Ojwang thing. People went out for Ojwang, not because somebody called for. There are issues that actually trigger people to in the street. But we are reaching a situation whereby we find so many desperate politicians are finding our protest as an opportunity for them to advance their political tactics. You see? And that is what we are saying now. The demonstration is actually now captured. For example, this year when we were to do anniversary of the last year, do you know how anniversary is conducted? Even in your village, when you have an anniversary of somebody, if it is about you are remembering anybody you missed or somebody you lost in a community, you don't go to die again so that you mark an anniversary of another death.
Yep.
But we were to actually have a conference or an event to actually recollect and take stock on what happened last year. Have we actually achieved what we wanted? Is there justice enough? And what are the reforms? The police that are responsible, are they actually held accountable? That is what an anniversary is about. Okay. But now, it was now go to State House.
Let me ask you a question. From where you sit, do you think the government has heard the cries of the Gen Zs from where you sit?
No, they know. They know because we speak boldly to what we want.
Okay.
But they are not interested. And they are not interested because some of what you want is actually contrary to their beliefs and their character, and is where they invest on. Some of what you want.
Like what? What do we want that is against or contrary to what they want?
For example, when we say stop extrajudicial killing,
okay,
the government don't want this person who want to speak to actually speak boldly about the government, because they know when this person exposes government deals, is actually affecting the government, the reputation. So the government will ensure that they silence the person. So they're not ready to accept that space for us to speak what we want, you see. We are just calling for simple things. Just we need justice for those who are actually killed, and we need just proper governance. Issues of corruption, who is corrupt? It's the government and the officials in the government. So when you go out and say that so-and-so is corrupt, they ensure that they use the state machineries to silence you. They're now moving even to the media. And I'll tell you, for the grounds of a revolution, and I really appreciate the media in this space today, because the media is the only tool that can save a society, because the only thing that can inform a society to know what's going on, to know what is going on in Rongai. And it's not only mainstream media, or any source of media is the only last defense today to inform our society, because what the society consumes as an information affect a lot on how they conduct themselves, how they go out and how they react. And it's because of the information we have as this generation from the media. That's why we are acting. To those who are not informed, they cannot act anything.
Boniface Mwangi, the activist, not the late Boniface Kariuki Mwangi, but Boniface Mwangi, the activist. During the June 25th memorial, he said that the hashtag sitting in numbers was actually government sponsored. And you've just mentioned here that sometimes when they want to derail the whole process, they can start telling people to even attack government buildings such as State House. Do you think that, number one, there's a government hand in this particular situation? For example, when people are trying to organize for protests, wanakuja wanasema tuendeni direction so that they can have an opportunity to, I don't know, do whatever it is that they want to do with that particular process. Do you believe, do you have any evidence, if there is, to say that, because everyone will say, oh, this chaos is sponsored by government agents because they don't want peaceful protests, but is there actual tangible evidence towards this?
Now, when a goon walks next to a police officer,
Yeah.
who did the police officer represent? The government. The private citizen cannot hire a police officer. I saw a clip whereby actually the goons goes to next time, I don't know, they stoned that guy to death.
Right.
Then they go back and work with the police officer. So do you want to say that the citizen sponsored goon to go collaborate with the police officer? No, the government is taking, and I'm thinking that the government is not actually advised well. Because when people are agitated, you don't spoil that. You just create a space to listen to them. And he came out to lie to us last year that he actually heard what you were saying. He called for a press. He tried to reshuffle the government, you see. But just listen to the people. Because when now the government comes, now see where we are heading to. You are trying to react in a manner that now is going to make everything worse. And in fact, I propose that June 25th and Sabasaba be a national holiday.
Well, we just had a guest here, the communications director of ODM, and when I asked him about whether the government has addressed the issues that you people had, he has said some have been addressed, and he has given an example of the finance bill, whereby he has said the 2025-2026 finance bill, we did not hear any noises. Is it okay with you?
No, if you listen to what Ishungwa told us the other day, that we were just silent a bit, then they decided to pass it the way they wanted. You see, for this year's finance bill, as much as they try to play with the psychology a bit, but I think we were also blinded with some other issues that were coming in, the Juang things and so many other things, to an extent that we did not pay attention to follow up on that. You see? And I think there was also no serious public sensitization or public education on what was in the finance bill of this year like that last year. Because remember when people started this, they said it was rumors, wait for the actual one. So by the time it was passing, people were not actually aware of what's going on. And you might realize as we start following up these issues, you might realize that even this bill might be worse than the other bill. But just that we did not take time to analyze it and now started to go to the street of Ojuang and the rest of the things that were coming up, it's there. It's passed. So the consequence will be coming. But we are dealing with a government that is dedicated to fulfill whatever they want. They don't care whether it's wrong or right. As long as it's to their interest, they want to fulfill it. Whether mmenyamaza leo, kesha yake venye Ichungwa alisema, they'll find a way to pass it. So the key issue is, what do we want as citizens? If this government is wrong, if this government is not listening to us, and we've tried several times, and they're ready to take our life, what do we do?
Interesting. But again, I just want to go back to the whole issue of Kenyans needing to go to the streets so that they can be heard. Picketing is a right enshrined in the Constitution. That one, there's no doubt about it. But is there a different strategy that people need to employ now to ensure that we don't have any more bloodshed in the streets? We don't have any more looting in the streets. We don't have any more people being attacked and premises and like hospitals being attacked, because it is almost guaranteed that every time we go to the streets, Kenya comes to a standstill, right? Yesterday, Matatu owners are saying that they lost over 800 million in revenue alone. And we can also just bring in other businesses, watu wa delivery, watu wa maziwa ngapi jana ziliharibika. How many liters did we lose yesterday because we couldn't get milk from point A to point B? So there just needs to be a different strategy.
The strategy is upon both directions, not only to the citizens or the protesters. Even the government need to have or come up with a new strategy. Because, for example, when you barricade a city like that, you're basically losing a lot. But also, you're trying to avoid something. You're becoming proactive. You see, what they say, okay, let us not allow them in so that we now start dealing with the casualties. You see? But what you have to ensure, and that's what I'm proposing, for these 2 dates, the Sabasaba and the June 25th, let just government declare them a national holiday. Because when you make it them an holiday, there will not be barricades along the roads and stopovers and everything else along the roads. You'll ensure that citizens can still go to their business, but there are few people. There are few people moving to the city. So you can still come up to your business as usual, as a holiday. And then if it becomes an holiday, then we need to have now a structure of activities. For example, if the Gen Z want to have, for example, the June 25th as an holiday, we can organize our event on that day. What do you want to do as an anniversary? Not as a protest. That is the first strategy, to ensure that business still flow. Make them on a holiday. You might reduce the traffic, but you still ensure that the business is moving. And you might also reduce the casualties and the damages we might have. That's the first strategy. But to the protesters also, we must realize that the government has already come in to infiltrate this protest. The other opportunist politicians are also coming in to take advantage of this. Is it still really about us? or what we want? Is it still really fulfilling our aspiration as the Gen Zs, or are we really advancing some people's aspiration? And if that is the case, then we need to take a backseat and resolve to having anniversary rather than protest, where we take stock on what has happened.
A colleague of ours here once mentioned, actually it was during this year's anniversary celebrations, remembering June 25th, 2024. And he said, we want to remember an individual such as Rex, for example. How about we organize a vigil at his place? We want to remember any other person, Mike, Albert Ojwang, God willing, if we will be there to remember him next year, we can go to Albert Ojwang's home, where he was buried, at his gravesite, and just say a prayer, remind ourselves of the struggle. We come back home, no one has died. Right now, Philip Etale was just saying that we don't need to go to what is it called, to the CBD, for example, because if we go to the CBD, rest assured, the goons that have been paid by whoever is paying them will be there to cause mayhem and paint this Gen Z protest as violent and chaotic and so on and so forth. How about we say in Mombasa, tutapatana place flani. In Nairobi, let's go to Uhuru Gardens. We shall have a concert and invite artists watuimbie pale hivyo as we advance, the agendas that we have. In Nakuru, we can say let us meet in such and such place. In Machakos, we have the People's Park and many other places I can mention. How about such kinds of organizations whereby we are not going to anywhere where we are going to attack a premises, but we are going to a park where we're going to have a nice concert, a peaceful concert, but we still get the voices heard. Is that an option that we can consider?
I believe what you're talking about is more effective than what you're doing currently. Just that we need to actually move to that direction. And I think the Gen Zs might not be afraid to move to that direction. Just that either the people who are capturing this might not want that direction, you see? Because that's what I'm saying, we must now sit back and ask ourselves, is it really serving our interests as young people, you see? Because what you're saying, we can declare June 25th be our Mashujaa Day for this generation. The same way we have Mashujaa Day for the generation that fought for independence, this is our Mashujaa Day. And in fact, even this Sabasaba, if people fought for multi-party democracy for almost 30 years, why don't you turn that to a holiday? Because it's a struggle and something we commemorate every year. And every year we do it in a wrong way, where people lose life. Every year for Sabasaba, for the last 30 years. So why don't you make it just a holiday, as you're saying, and let's have a constructive dialogue where we can actually achieve something in terms of proposal, legislations, in terms of recommendations. That way it can serve us better. Than if you ask me, what did you achieve in the last June 25th? What did you achieve? We will only come up with casualties. And these casualties add up to the numbers of casualties we have. And the most important thing, we should not lose sight of the next election as the younger generation. We should not. And we should take more time organizing ourselves for that. Because as much as we are not focused on that direction, year 2027 tatupata tukiwa kwa state wao wakienda kupiga kura. And the next year we'll go back to start another state. So it's a high time that we must actually start organizing ourselves to take power, but in the right direction, you see. Because I call it that the revolution we have today does not travel by a road. It's a mindset. It's a spirit. And it just only need to be channeled. We are at the eve of a revolution as a country. Every system is ready to go. All it requires is coordination and organization so that you achieve the maximum result. Or else, we might have what you call a revolution reversal, where you achieve what you want, but you land in the same spot. What happened in Sudan is the same spot. What happened in Zimbabwe, you remove Mugabe, you land in the same wrong leadership. Even I will tell you, even 2022, some people might think it was a revolution. I will tell you it was somehow in the mind. Because for the first time, Aluo could consider himself as a hustler and vote for Ruto, who is calling himself a hustler. That was a mental change a bit. But where did you land? The same spot. So it's possible to happen today if we don't organize ourselves. And that's why we need to know, as much as we are pushing for the shortcomings, the immediate things, what is our long-term plan? So that we can stop this forever. Because if we don't have a long-term plan, we'll be here every day.
Do you think there's something that we do not know about our leaders? There's something that we just don't know about our leaders, that when we go to the ballot, we feel like we are electing the right leaders. But when they get into office, things change.
No, it's very interesting, because if I was to ask you, when you're in the field as a journalist, and when you get here, you can still carry your character, you can still carry your beliefs irrespective of the. In fact, if the system don't fit your character, just throw you out. It's very hard for you to fit to a system that doesn't work with you. You see. So, for example, even look at the religion aspect. A Muslim cannot fit in any church, no matter how much you try to do that, because they have what they call their beliefs. You see, what's happening is that we are not ready to take those progressive forces. We are not ready to actually be the majority in those houses.
Okay.
So you want to throw one kafish inside there, and then you say, let's see how it's going to survive. No, if we know that swamp is already dirty, let's get all of us in to drain it. Rather than saying let's throw one person then to kai nyuma tuiangalie, because that is where I'm pushing my fellow activists and those progressive forces. Let's focus on this house. If we can take control of this house, even the president will fear us. If we can take control of this house, but if we are not going to take control of that house, and they're going to say, we elected him, but he then changed, surely.
I want to equate 2027 to Kenya going to marry this beautiful woman. If we're going to this beautiful woman's homestead to speak to her parents and convince these parents to allow us to take this girl back home, it's not going to be through chanting and shouting when we get at the gate. If this girl is called Selina, hatutafika pale kwa gate na tuseme tupatieni Selina. Tunapatia Selina nani? Philip Etale has just come out here to say that this idea of being partyless, tribeless, leaderless might not necessarily be an amazing idea. It's a good idea when you're articulating issues. Yes, we know there are issues that need to be sorted out. Corruption. That one we don't need a leader to tell the government or to negotiate with the government to ensure there's no corruption. Matters to do with police brutality, we definitely don't need a leader for that one. It is a fact that we don't want police brutality, and we want accountability for things that have happened. But at the end of the day, come 2027, if the Gen Z, or even Kenyans for that matter, if Kenyans do not produce a leader and they say that this is our preferred candidate, we might just end up in the same spot, like you have said. You've called it what? Something revolution.
It's called a revolution reversal.
Revolutionary reversal. So, fine. Gen Z right now are partyless, good stuff. Leaderless, sawa sawa. Tribeless, it's okay. Actually, that is the best. But leaderless, kidogo itakuwa shida. Because if the options we have right now, they're the same options we had in 2022. Same options we had in 2017. Tell me what has changed. We still had Kalonzo, we had Martha Karua, we had Raila Odinga, we had William Ruto, and all those people that we are talking about, they were there. Maybe a few additions here and there like Maraga and Okiya Mtata. But at the end of the day, they are the same. It is my feeling that on some certain issues, we don't need a leader to negotiate for us. But if we want this bride, we have to produce a groom that we shall say, this bride called Kenya, we are giving it to this particular individual. If it is Pigbin, we say Pigbin is the groom that we are presenting from our side. Otherwise, sijui kama unaona venye mimi ninaona, we shall end up recycling the same people.
Now, it's true. One thing I want to demystify, this element that we are leaderless. In fact, who are we? Because that's element of saying Gen Z's, it has moved to Gen Zote, it has moved to being young, it has moved to anything else. Are you dividing Gen Z by the age criteria? Because today Maraga will be saying I've been endorsed by Gen Zs, and somebody will be coming, hey, me do a Gen Z. You wonder now, you start confusing the narrative. For the hustler narrative, it was very clear who is a hustler. And nobody could start saying I'm a hustler also. But of course, they were allied with the dynasty here calling himself a hustler, and they voted him in, the chicken seller. But at this particular moment, we are first of all confusing a narrative for some specific purpose. And we have a reason. The people who are trying to confuse the narrative have their hidden agenda. The second thing, the people who are saying they are leaderless. Kwani those programs, or where are we going to come from? Where are we going to work? Or when are we going to come out? Where do they come from? Do they not originate from somebody who sit down to draft something and say that to end up and up and up? If you're being moved by that program, then the person behind the program is the leader. Just that they don't want to come out in public because maybe they don't fit the group. And that's what I'm saying. There are people who are trying to say we are leaderless, but in reality they are trying to drive this movement.
Okay.
But from the shadows. Because for you to wake up na ujue kwamba mtafika saa 7 mahali fulani na mtapiga who gave that? Because there was no a conference where we sat down and said, okay, we are going to agree, this is a conference, a preparation conference for this. And even if there's such conference, then they're hidden somewhere. That's where they come out with those programs, you see? So those people have already been giving the program on where are we going to. They're the shadow leaders. The question we are asking, why are they in shadows? Why are they in shadow to produce the program? I saw Boniface Mwangi coming out the other day say he's the leader of the Gen Z. I saw that. But then, you cannot, and this is the mistake the younger generation don't want to do. We are not going to do a mistake the hustlers did. Whereby, you forget about, you call yourself a hustler, then you vote somebody who pretend to be a hustler and is not a hustler. Then you get in and expect that government is going to be your hustler government. It's not going to be. And it's the same mistake if we, the younger generation today, do the same mistake and vote somebody we think that is of the Gen Z or the Gen Spirit or whatever, then you're going to end up malima hustlers wakoleo. And you'll be very bitter. What you want is a constructed conversation that we are going to be on the ballot. Myself, I'm a Gen Z, have said I'm going to be in the ballot. There are so many Gen Zs that will be there. And they will reach a moment that we'll have to form a coalition, either of the Gen Zs with the millennials, if they need that, or the Gen Zs alone. But there must be a coalition between, because you see, the only thing that can defeat these tribal cards of these politicians is this generation thing. The same way the hustler narrative confused the tribal lords and now they were organizing themselves, because then you go to Kalenjin, there's a hustler. You go to Luo, there's a hustler. So how do you want to bring them to tribal element? The only thing that's going to defeat Ruto and the tribal kingpins is this youth or millennial or age thing, because it cuts across. It cuts across every community. But they don't want us to in that direction. So some of us are going to come out. And some of us are already out there saying that we are going for these positions. But we reach a moment where we'll have to have a conversation. But the people who are pushing us to have a leader now are not even within us. They're pushing us to produce a leader now, and they want to be the same leader they want us to produce. So you're trying to capture us in a direction whereby, and we'll see so many people start hiring some youth for some conference. Hey, we have endorsed so and so, we've endorsed so and so. These are tactics, divide and rule tactics. And I'm telling my fellow young people, if we allow these tactics, we are going to fall in the same trap.
Well, you have said Gen Z, not Gen Zs, the hustlers did a mistake. You're asking if you're saying that if you're not careful, you're going to make a mistake that hustlers did. You're saying they got people who they thought are hustlers and not hustlers. Now to the Gen Zs, who is that Gen Z that you're talking about? Is it somebody we are together in terms of maybe ideologies, or is it now the age?
Now that's what the Gen Z movement must start to do, because Gen Z are known to be the age gap.
Yes, like
the millennials, the whatever alphas and the rest is an age gap. So this age group must sit down to come up with what you want. You see, and out of what you want must also sit down to come with a candidate. And that's by time. So let's give people space to come out also. So we don't want to close people. So let's people want to come within the generation to be aspirants. Let's give them time to come out.
That means me in my 45 years, I can still come and join you if I have the same ideology with you people.
Yes, because when now we define our ideology as a group and as a age set, we define our ideology as a people, and we actually have our leader here as a people. Then we know that we can move out if there's a need of any alliance. We can move out to any other generation, for example, the millennial, and say that, see, what do you have or what do you want as millennials? Is it common to what you want? Let's come up with a common agenda. And then who amongst us are going to represent this agenda on the ballot? You see? And you can make that agreement, you see? But if we don't move to that level, then we, first of all, we don't know what you want. So how do you even going to identify who is going to represent what you don't know? So we must first of all agree on what you want and who is going to speak. And that is, we must allow this generation, whoever want to come out, let them come out first of all, we see who they are. Like you see, many people came, Kasmil came, Orara came, over a period of the time, wamepotea. So if we are very quick, we might end up with people in Yotapotea before we reach the end of the journey. Utapata maybe by 2026, tayari amevuka. So you are left again there to start deciding something. So let people come, and time should start to tell us their character and where they stand. But we as a generation must sit down to come up with what do we want as a country. And what I'm proposing from my generation is that this country need what we call a strategic implementation plan. That for like the way we had the Vision 2030, the country must agree that for the next 50 years or 30 years, this is how we are going to achieve what is in the constitution, and this is what is going to cost us as we move along, so that whoever comes in only come to implement. But when you have a leadership where there's no strategy that the country has agreed on, because you have a constitution which says what you want, but if you don't have an implementation strategy and how much it's going to cost, then you'll never have a direction as a country. This president will come in, aanze project yake, asimamishe ile, alete mtu wake. So we are just back and forth as a country. For 60 years we are back and forth.
Now, yesterday we were commemorating the Sabasaba Day. Would you like to maybe to liken Sabasaba and the Gen Z's protest in terms of objectives and achievements and challenges?
Yeah, one thing is that we are learning from the struggle they had. And it's very clear that those struggles are still here today. Even as much as we had those so-called multi-party democracies and we have that so-called democratic space, but it was a very clear lesson that space has not been safeguarded and has not been achieved. Because if you have to go through the same struggle these people went through those 30 years, that means there's nothing that has changed in terms of achieving what you want. The second thing is that, in fact, those who fought for democracy and multi-party democracy, they should take some review of what have they achieved. Yes, we have many political parties. We have around 96 or 90 something political parties. My party is in the process of getting the same full political party registration to be a fully registered political party. We are in the process. But in terms of democracy, are those political parties democratic enough? Because we have proponents who fought for democracy, like Raila Odinga and the rest who are here today. But can they say that they have achieved democratic space, or they have only achieved numbers of political parties? And what are the challenges we've had through all this process? Because we realize that inclusivity for the majority of age groups or age set is not working. For example, for 30 years, when you talk of democratic space, women are still struggling to get that democratic space in the political leadership. Youth are still struggling to get that democratic space in the political leadership. Same to other people. So yes, we got like an independence in the same name of independence. But we have not moved down to ensure that it resonates and is implemented to everybody's. And that's what we need to work on.
It's interesting you're mentioning about, you know, your political parties in the process of being registered. We are seeing in other advanced democracies such as the US and the UK, they only have 2 parties, and those parties have worked for them fairly well. Why do you think in Kenya there's a need to, whenever you disagree, for example, we saw when Kalonzo, Raila disagreed, and also Mudavadi, Wetangula, everyone moved out and formed their own political outfit. You know, Kalonzo opened Wiper, Mudavadi did ANC, Martha Karua did whatever. So it's like, in this country, it's about personal interests. It's not really about what do I have to offer within this political outfit to ensure that, number one, we have a clear pathway towards the development of this country. Because I believe even in the US, for instance, Democrats have got their own agenda, and you can even find majority of Americans who would want to be in that party also align with that agenda. Then we have Republicans who will align with the agendas of the Republican Party, and so on and so forth. We have the Labour Party in the UK. So why is it so difficult in Africa generally? And if I boil it down to you, because you're a Pan-Africanist, why is it that in Africa everybody feels the need to open their own political party to ensure that their voice is heard?
Have you ever seen a coalition of Democrats and Republicans in America?
Not at all.
Form an alliance or a coalition?
Not at all.
Because they have defined their specific ideology and their principles.
Exactly.
And they are totally different. So they don't match. But in a country whereby coalitions move every day, what do that tells you? That there's a failure of existing political parties to define what they stand for over a period of time, to define their ideology and philosophy. And if they want to say that they have been moving because they sing the same thing, then it means that we need to create another political party. Because if ODM has actually had coalitions with several parties, even working partnership with these, which you've never seen in Republican or Democrats you talk about, in Labour and Conservative you talk about, which means the political parties we have in this country have not moved beyond to internalize and come up with what is their ideology, but rather they've been moving around persons and individuals. And that's why we want to get away from that. When Ruto moved from Jubilee to UDA, he moved with the people. Now you wonder, why were they in Jubilee? What was Jubilee standing for? When Raila now shifts to ODM, everybody want to this Kenya Kwanza and support it. Everybody want to move there. Which means there is a serious need for us to have those political parties that stand on ideology and principles. Because for the last, those 30 years since we had multi-party politics, we have not moved beyond individualism in politics to politics or institutions based on ideology and structures. For example, you are here. If you leave this studio will still be here. Yes. But why is it that when you leave this studio moves with you? That is what we are experiencing in this politics today. So you are the studio, because we have refused to have, and that's the gap that we are coming in to feed. That our philosophy and ideology must be very definite, and those who are in different camp, we don't agree. You see, so it's a competition of ideologies, and when you are in power, we implement what you want. When you are in power, you implement what you want, and we'll wait and keep checks on that. But today, when UDA is in power, ODM can move and help it. Kenya Kwanza can go there. When last time Jubilee was in power, anybody can move there. We have lacked ideologies and philosophies that can define political parties. In fact, what we have are not parties. What you have are either things like private partnership organization, like limited companies and the same. Because we don't have people moving by now. For example, ODM has what you call democracy. But when you're going in the street and protesting, what are they saying? It's not democratic enough. What they fought for. So really, what do they stand for? So those are the questions we need to ask ourselves, and I think we need to move our politics. And this generation, my generation, should also be able to actually correct this in politics. So that when you're coming in, we should also not come in around who is who and we are moving with who, but rather let's build, and that's why I'm saying, let's build what do we believe in and what we stand for.
Well, in African countries, in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, there is this commonality of states silencing dissenting voices. What do you have to say about that?
Those are what you call modus operandi of our dictators and dictatorial states. And when you, Dr. George Aiti wrote it, there's a book Dr. George Aiti wrote called Defeating Dictators. And in chapter 4, he talk about modus operandi. The dictators have all avenues, all machineries, all state resources available to expense or to actually fulfill what they want. But the revolutionary forces like ourselves must start learning from that. Because if you want to break that system, you don't fight that system on their strength. You look at their weakness. And that takes us back to what you are talking about, strategy. Do we think the strategy we're deploying now is the weakness of a state or is the strength of a state? And over a period of time, is the strength of a state. Because the state will come with the police, and now they can even hire goons. So we need to work on studying these dictators properly. In fact, what it takes much is study to understand something.
Pigeon, we have 40 seconds. What do you have to say going forward, and especially to the Gen Z who are listening to you right now?
To my fellow Gen Zs, I want to tell them that let's be very clear on what we want, not who we want. And let's agree that we fight for something rather than for somebody. Somebody will come later once we know what we want. Because that's what we want is what we'll use to actually gauge who do we want.
Okay.
That's what I'll tell them.
Thank you so much, Pigbin Odimwengu, for coming through. We wish you all the best in your political party registration and as far as your ambitions politically are concerned. Sisi tunasema kwa heri for now. It's been an awesome show. Let's meet tomorrow bright and early, mapema sana, so that we can get this country moving forward. But until that time, it's been real. Asante sana and kwa heri.
Hasta luego.
Thank you.
It's 10 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 11 civilians lost their lives and more than 160 people were injured during the Sabasaba demonstration.